Rivalry dance for Super. The Dragons teach us that if we want to climb high, we must do it against the wind.
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the final day of the kickoff clash here in the APAC region. I'm Ilios, joined as always by Avril, and we'll be guiding you through what is sure to be an action-packed day. Starting things off, we've got the lower bracket final between the Shanghai Dragons and the Seoul Dynasty. It was a banger of a series last time, sure to be one again. The winner of that will move on to play against the Philadelphia Fusion in a best-of-7 to be crowned the kickoff clash champion.
It's finals time, baby. Last day of the kickoff clash here in the East Ilios, and my goodness, saved the best couple of games for last. We already said goodbye to the Hangzhou Spark yesterday in the losers bracket. And now, like you mentioned, Seoul Dynasty versus Shanghai Dragons, the legendary rematch. Third time they'll be playing against each other in this kickoff clash so far, between the qualifier, twice now in the kickoff clash tournament itself, and the one of them facing the Fusion, where I mean, it'll be another legendary match no matter which way you put it. We'll get the Spaghetti Bowl, the classic Fusion versus Seoul Dynasty, or it'll be the chance for Shanghai to get the revenge on Fusion finally after dropping 0-6 to them over two separate matches so far this stage.
Yeah, and I believe if you look at the total, Fusion are on an 8-map winning streak over the Shanghai Dragons, I believe. Something like that. It's,
I mean,
pretty good
it's
overall.
At least 6 from this year, and then, possibly even more from last year, but I mean, it's certainly been the kryptonite of the Shanghai Dragons, and what a beautiful win yesterday, 3-0. Look, dominating. Shanghai looked a little bit lost. They need to find their composure today versus Seoul, but it will not be an easy game because Seoul themselves dispatched Hangzhou 3-0 as well, right? So we had a whole day of only 3-0s yesterday. Seoul looked ready. They looked a lot more ready versus Dragons than they did versus the Spark, but now that they're back against the Dragons, it's the old nemesis, right? It's that rivalry. It's this 20-match-long all-time record, 12-8 in favor of the Dragons, that Seoul would finally like to break coming into this match.
And the pressure has been mounting against them each and every step of the way. That loss streak to the Dragons just growing and growing. The pressure becoming immeasurable on these players to finally break free of their shackles and defeat the Dragons at long last. It has been a very long time coming, but the question is today the day? Can we see the Dynasty buckle down, be clutch enough to out-clutch the Dragons, who, against every team other than the Fusion, have looked incredibly good. They have been able to go down to the wire. That 0.05 meter save on Eichenwalde coming back to haunt the Dynasty, etc. They have repeatedly done this, except against the Fusion. And then, if the Dragons do win it, the question then becomes, can they get their stuff together well enough to actually take down the Fusion? Because they have not looked good against that team. The Fusion have just been dismantling them at every twist and turn. We saw a very off-looking Shanghai Dragons really trying to force the Rhine comps on Lijiang Tower yesterday on all 3 sub-maps. I'm thinking that things are going to be a little bit more tightened up today. Something tells me that Moon sat everybody down, gave him a stern talking to, said, okay, this plan isn't going to work. We're going back to this, or we're going to do this instead. And we'll see if those adjustments work for them, if they can get through the Dynasty yet again.
Yeah, it's the sort of match streak that we're talking about here, where the Seoul Dynasty have not defeated the Shanghai Dragons since the 2020 playoffs, all the way back, a couple seasons back now, and that's been 6 matches in a row. So that was the last win. Since then, they played 6 times in the Overwatch League, twice outside the Overwatch League as well. But we won't count those results today. But the 6 within the Overwatch League have all been wins for the Shanghai Dragons. If you're curious, the other 2 were from the NetEase tournament that Shanghai Dragons hosted as well. It was actually 1-1, so they both won and lost against each other there. It cancels each other out, but within the Overwatch League, a 6-match win streak for the Shanghai Dragons, and Seoul yet to defeat their old nemesis that they so handily did back in 2020 that allowed the Seoul Dynasty to get into that grand finals versus the San Francisco Shock and denied the Shanghai Dragons of their own finals all the way back then.
Yeah, and who knows what would have happened. I mean, Shock in that time, obviously in great form, but it's always that what-if conundrum, wondering, what could have happened if the Dragons actually had made that grand final. But we're not here to rewrite history. We're here to look forward to the future and look forward to what the starting five is going to be from the side of the Seoul Dynasty. We'll take a quick little peek, but something tells me, as per usual, there are going to be no surprises here. This is where the consistency has been found for the side of the Seoul Dynasty. Generally speaking, not necessarily against the Shanghai Dragons, but yes, Profit Bits, Smurf, Creative, and Vintame going to be coming through.
Same five you'll be seeing for probably the entire tournament at this stage. I mean, that's what we've been seeing the entire way through. They found pretty decent success there, even a close 2-3 loss versus the Dragons in, I would say that at that time, their best form so far that they've shown so far in 2022. But so they know what their target is, right? It's a finals appearance for them. They have not won a tournament, a title, anything in the Overwatch League and the entire Seoul Dynasty franchise history. This would be a monumentous win for them to get to the finals, where versus the Fusion, both teams, both franchises winless as far as titles goes. Somebody would have to take it, or Shanghai would spoil it all, go to the finals themselves, claim the crown, and defeat the Fusion to reclaim their title rights. So a lot to play for tonight, so much at stake.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, not being able to achieve any titles, any championship wins, let alone an entire Overwatch League championship win there. They do have champions on this roster for the side of the Seoul Dynasty, as well as their coach Toby, coming through. Lunatic High, multiple-time champion over in Apex. He knows what it feels like to win everything, and I'm sure he is hungry to experience that feeling once more. Their opponents, though, their thorn in their side for time eternal, it would seem, are the Shanghai Dragons. And once again, no real shocks. Who Are You has been getting the lion's share of playtime in the DPS role over Fleta. We do see Fleta come through for the push maps from time to time, pick up the Reaper Man, etc., etc. But you're talking about, knowing their target, knowing what they need to do coming into this. The Dynasty, I think the primary target is going to be Lip there on the left-hand side of your screen. That's where we've been seeing the most successes, when teams can regularly shut down Lip.
Easier said than done for sure. I mean, we've seen it a couple of times.
Yes.
I mean, we go back to Dorado in that upper bracket match as well between Dynasty and Dragons on the first day, right? That 3-2 victory. That was not a very good map from the Dragons, and Lip was handily shut down. Fitz was looking decent in that matchup, but more so, you have had the Dragons get the better of Seoul, especially the Lip versus Fitz kind of duel here. Now, we know Profit is insane. We know Who Are You can definitely match and actually play over Profit. And as far as the Genji goes, Who Are You, you'd even favor in that matchup. But Profit's Tracer has been the signature so far for Seoul. It's that Smurf Winston Profit Tracer dive that almost every team except for Shanghai has fallen prey to.
You see some pats on the back there for Vintame, but no massage for Creative, so that's maybe an ill omen for the side of the Dynasty, but maybe he got it before we had the players up on cam. Who knows? Just need to know that these players have to be ready. They have to be focused in. So yeah, I mean, if you got to massage that man's shoulders again, you very well do it if you are working for the Dynasty, because you want to see success, and Creative has been quite instrumental in the successes that they have had. Does have his work cut out from him. Izuyaki, of course, going over on the Ana, mirror matchup in that regard, has been utterly incredible for the majority of times here for the side of the Shanghai Dragons. Has only really looked lackluster when they're playing against the Fusion. That's when he has been falling shy of the mark just a bit, and it just seems like the Fusion have their number. But we'll see how these guys square off today, and whether or not a curse, a veil, will be lifted off the heads of the Seoul Dynasty, or if there will be more weight applied to it.
Standard first to 3, best of 5 here. You'll be very interested to know what our opening map is as well, because we've been here so many times between these two teams. Feels like we get a lot of runbacks between these two squads as far as how our map series go. They've always been competitive. It's Oasis again, Ilios. Third time for this matchup between Shanghai and Seoul so far this year. Seoul won the first time. Then we got to our upper bracket game in the actual tournament itself. Shanghai takes out 2-0. Now, our third time going back. Shanghai even choosing this map against the Seoul Dynasty. To be fair, they also did choose it against Seoul Dynasty in our original upper bracket game. But now both teams fighting for survival. It is do or die. Top 3 has been secured, but I know neither team is satisfied with number 3. They want number 1.
I mean, it's number 1 or bust, pretty much. Even you get to that second place spot, you're not going to be walking away very happy. Let's see what these guys have ready for us. All right, Right now, hovering on the Pharah, we have seen a fair bit of Pharah on Oasis, but something tells me that it's definitely not in Fitz's wheelhouse compared to Prophet. But you never know. The man's pretty darn gifted, so maybe he could bust it out. But
Got him
not
again, by the way.
today.
We started on Gardens last time. That was actually a Shanghai win. Obviously, Shanghai went 2-0. It was Huayu versus Prophet. We had Soldier. We had Genji. It's a complete mirror matchup. It is exactly the same game again, but will it be the same result?
Well, for now, the contestant on the high ground has begun. Vinheim falling low for just a bit there. Fate going to be antied out. Fire coming through. They get the sleep dart onto him. Vinheim able to move forward. Gets that melee hit for the execution. They take down the Winston. They take down the Genjin. They only lose Fitz 4. That being said, Smurf playing a very dangerous game as he often is. Falls down to 45, but will get top back up. Should be the Dynasty grabbing first control of the point, and they do. Look at Lip's ult charge.
Trades coming through from
Look
the
at Lip's ult
Dynasty
charge.
there. I mean, that's the thing, right? Lip actually did kill Fitz, and he's got the extra ult charge because of it. He survives, does the extra damage. He's been definitely the highest damage dealing player on the server so far. Didn't go down in the last fight. Only Huayu and Fade actually went down. 16% and counting, but it's Lip coming up to Visor so fast in the next fight.
That he is. They need to try to pick him off, allow for Fitz to catch back up. Another anti out onto Fate. As Prophet plays up into their faces, trying to get a little bit more damage in, but won't be able to get the kill there on the enemy Scientist. Lee Jae-gon looking to displace off that high ground. Goes up for a boot, drops back down, playing it out safe.
There it
Lip
is.
now with the visor at the ready. He's going to go ahead and pop that one, but Fate is going to be the first one to fall. Turns his sights over towards Prophet. Will manage to find that elimination, but it's the only one he's going to get. Creative is there, shuts him down. Bionade out on the two. Who are you dashing in? Will find Fitz. The skirmish, it's nearly there for the side of the Dragons, but it's not enough to get this flip, so they have to pull back and reset.
And the Dynasty have 3 ultimates available anyway, so if Dragons wanted to push on in, that would have been Primal, double support ultimates. Possibly they could have forced it, but they're going to regroup and fight again another day. Smurf takes Huayu down, and already not looking great for the Dragons.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much again, you're going to have to just wait for him. Another anti goes out, connects on the two. Nano going to be used onto Fate. He leaps in. He's looking to zap down Creative, who's falling lower and lower. Vinheim decides not to use the beat. Blade now going to be coming through from Prophet. The beat is there from Lee Jae-gon. The Blade's not going to find a damn thing. Who are you? Takes Prophet out of the fight, and that is going to be the opener here. For the side of the Shanghai Dragons to finally grab the point. Looking for the boop off the center of the map. Unable to find it. Seems like Vinheim is going to be just fine to ride the walls as Fitz tries to make his way out to safety. Now Fate may have overstepped, but being said, Who are you comes from behind, manages to get the kill on the Fitz. They will keep Fate alive, and now the Dragons can take the point.
2 long-range laser kills there on the right click, and it'll be all the Dragons to claim this point now finally. 95% for the Seoul Dynasty, though. That is quite a considerable lead. We traded pretty much every single ultimate on board there. Who are you with the only ultimate now available in the following fights? It needs to be a lot of snowball potential for the Shanghai Dragons to pull us through to their own 99 overtime. The Seoul Dynasty can just kind of wait this one out, force the Blade out this fight. They can sack a fight, build up ultimates, find that big ultimate fight where Huayu doesn't have a Blade, get the one and done.
Lip under a little bit of fire, but Smurf under a hell of a lot of it ends up going down. Good contest here on the high ground. Who are you? Predicting Prophet's movements, nearly gets that elimination. Now Fate way too far forward, ends up going down. We'll find Fate for their troubles, but that does not get them any closer to taking the point here for the side of the Seoul Dynasty. Have to wait for the Soldier to rejoin.
Won't take too long there as well. Fitz will be able to run back, even gets a bit of extra boost coming through from Vinheim. And by the time Fate rejoins, he actually is going to end up meeting Smurf in the middle there. Shanghai have 50% plus now, still waiting for Seoul Dynasty to make their moves, and as we wait, more and more ultimates come online for the Dragons.
Smurf taken down. Big ante goes out into 4, but no one really capitalizing. That being said, Fate is disconnected from the rest of the squad and does end up dying. Visor now used by Lip here on the high ground, just zoning people back, buying some more time as they get up to 70%. Fate now respawning, the Primal Rage nearly online for him to buy some extra time here on the point. Trying to maybe send some people sailing off the side of the map. The flip actually just going to be allowed here. That's going to be the Dynasty in control. Blade into the back, though. Who are you? Creative was left completely on his own. Ends up falling. Dash up onto the high ground. Fitz now dropping down to the bubbles. Going to be falling lower and lower. And Who are you is good with the shurikens. Manages to find the left-click elimination. Smurf way too low. Nowhere close to that Primal Rage in time. Ends up falling. And Shanghai Dragons will go ahead and reclaim the point.
But it's not over yet. In any other circumstance, Dragons would have taken our first round and we'd be on our way to submap number 2 for Oasis. But however, because Seoul Dynasty actually get that recap in the middle, they saw the cap at 75% for Dragons. That buys Seoul another fight, crucially, when Seoul are about to get 5 ultimates. This one can definitely still be a Seoul win. They need to capitalize now.
key player to watch here going to be Lee Jae-gon with that sound barrier. When does he decide to use it? Fits now using the tack visor, has the nano boost rolling on him for a little bit longer. Finds Lee Jae-gon, that's going to be the beat, taken out of the fight. Fate going to be taking a nap now for the rest of the Primal Rage. Blade in the back from Cap, and finds Izayaki. The supports are eliminated. Seoul Dynasty have reclaimed control of the point. No one is touching it finally. Will manage to get back in for a tag, but Fate has fallen. Lee Jae-gon respawned, but cannot make it in time. And just like that, the Dynasty once more will take the point away. 199%, narrow margins between the two teams as per usual, but they will get guarded.
And that's a huge death on Lee Jae-gon as well. That removes the beat. Like you said, the sound barrier difference could have been the difference for the Shanghai Dragons to hold on. Seoul Dynasty coming up to 5 ultimates, crucially, including a sound barrier for Vindame that they didn't even end up using, just the celebratory sound barrier towards the end there, after they'd already won the fight. So 4 ultimates ends up being enough. No counters for the Dragons, and it's lights out. And bit of a unfortunate one for Lee Jae-gon as well, because that was his first death. That one death right at the end was the only death he had on the entire Garden submap.
Well, it mattered the most, unfortunately, for him. I think you can kind of see the restraint here with Lee Jae-gon. He was using a lot of aggressive beats to try to open up fights. Seems like he wanted to move away from that playstyle, play defensively, but there's so much pressure applied to him, so he wasn't really able to ever get that defensive beat off. Fate now will be taken quite low, and yeah, there's the pick. Prophet having swapped over to the Tracer. Going to be feeling mighty comfortable as Who Are You has not been able to really compete too much when they have been in the head-to-head here in the Tracer battle.
It's the early damage output from Seoul as well. I believe a Bionade also hit onto the Dragons that allows the Seoul Dynasty to get early control on the high ground of the jump pad. Fake tries to contest, but is unable to up against the entirety of the Seoul Dynasty. So we're going to flip the points over, we're going to flip the sides over. Dragons will be playing co-side. Seoul Dynasty, Fitz is in prime position. I believe he is still, no, not quite on the high ground, but he's hanging around.
Fate again getting beaten and battered, taken low. Looking for the chase here onto him, but Vindame going to be hitting the floors. Nice sleep dart there from Izayaki. Sets up for the kill from Lip. Fitz, however, does find the main tank in the meantime. Now the anti out, and Fitz answers back in kind with the Helix Rockets, eliminating Lip, and that is going to be the Dynasty maintaining control of this point, at least for a little while longer. The support's now out of the fight. Who Are You's only able to find one, and Fitz has just shown off some nice accuracy, currently excelling. As you can see, he's 39% ahead of Lip.
Yeah. And that's, you know, the early skirmish win over towards the jump pad, then the overall fight win coming through from the Seoul Dynasty as well. Lip falling at the end of that last fight will now give Fitz the opportunity to have the visor battle in his favor instead of the other way around as it was in our previous submap, our previous round of Gardens there. So 50% and counting now for the Seoul Dynasty. Great lead. A stick as well. That should be a kill. It is.
Yep, no way to say it. You can see the supports. They're playing over here street side. They didn't have line of sight to try to get any healing down on him. He doesn't have the primal. He's still so far away from it at just 66%. Fate not really getting the opportunity to play any Overwatch right now. They're just cutting him down every time he pokes his head out towards the point, and the Dynasty are now looking at potentially 100% cap.
Oh, they certainly have the ultimates to play through him, and we're still waiting for the Visor to come through from Lip. It's not that far off now. Nano to be put into that as well, but it'll be Nano Visor versus Nano Visor, and Fate is still behind Smurf, so everything on track for the Seoul Dynasty. They have the cap, they're nearly on 99, and they still have 4 ultimates about to come online.
Who Are You being pressured out, still holds on to the recall, doesn't want to pop it here, wants to have it as an escape tactic once he goes for the pulse bomb. Dashing in, there's the stick, there's going to be a 2-for-1 special. Vindame dove in on top of that. I thought maybe Fitz was going to get caught up in the blast, but no, it's going to be the enemy Lucio, and Lip is going to be good for the rest. 100-0, not to be. The Shanghai Dragons will get the flip.
What an insane stick, and we were just talking about Prophet. He is the Tracer player in this matchup. He has been dominating over Who Are You in previous performances as far as Tracer head-to-head goes. Major sticks from Prophet in the past, but today on this particular map, Who Are You gets the 2 that they most needed at the time, both Creative and Vindame. Creative pops down the Nano as he goes down, but it's not enough because the rest of the Shanghai Dragons are still up, and they have the Nano Visor to clean things through. So, potential comeback moment now for the Shanghai Dragons. Still have 2 ultimates to play through. They will be matched by Seoul in just a minute.
Prophet making his exit, not wanting to get slept there. Lip throwing down the biofield. Keep himself topped up, get towards that ulti a little bit faster. The chase now coming in. Prophet running out of blanks, so tries to get on top of him. It's going to be a kill for a kill. The Helix Rockets from beyond the grave will get the elimination there, 1-for-1. Beat was used by Lee Jae-gon off screen. Now Vindame going to be high-hitting his in just a couple percentage. Halfway now to the cap as Smurf goes diving into the back lines. He's looking for Lee Jae-gon. He's not been able to finish him off yet. Beat going to be dropped here. Vindame trying to keep everybody topped up, but widely the fight, it's just been separated. The Shanghai Dragons go their separate ways. They wait out the shielding. Now they look to re-aggress. Who Are You nearly with another pulse bomb? Prophet holding on to one of his own. Fitz going to be the first one to get taken down. Creative now joining them in the graves as Vindame manage to answer at least one back. Prophet dashing forward, wants a better target, doesn't want the Winston. He wants to get rid of somebody that he knows will be blown to smithereens, but now Smurf is gone, and he's just going to have to hold the pulse bomb for the next fight, and they are running out of time.
Absolutely. I mean, Prophet, you don't really want to pulse down unless you can get a double kill onto both supports. I mean, that's what Who Are You did, but how often can you actually do that? He only realistically had sights on Fate and Lip. Lip is really fast, and, well, Fate was really high HP as well. A lot of members on Seoul Dynasty down in that particular fight. So I want to wait till the double 99s here. Into the OT we go. Seoul Dynasty have one fight that can take the map. Shanghai Dragons will be taking us to a decider. Both teams have the pulse bomb, and both the visors are coming up.
Okay, this time, Who Are You not going to be finding nearly as much value. The pulse bomb goes a bit wide, and that's why you try not to target those Soldier 76s, because it can be elusive and Lip. Now finds Prophet, trying to be sneaky around the backside. The Helix Rocket follow-up, as soon as he gets it off cooldown, he sends him towards somebody else. Cuts down both the DPS members on the side of the Seoul Dynasty. Smurf anti out, tries to rotate around the backside towards jump pad, cannot manage to make it happen. The sleep will interrupt for a moment as Creative tucks into the corner, manages to stay alive for a little bit longer, but no one can make it to the point. And in a follow-up 100% to 99 round, it will be the Shanghai Dragons getting the victory, taking us now to University to decide it all on Oasis.
And I mean, goodness, look at Lip towards the end there as well. He actually dies, but still managed to come back in time. Shanghai Dragons stole it for long enough on a previous death as well. He trades himself for Prophet, so it ends up being a 1-to-1. I mean, that's exactly what we need to be doing. You should be dead there. Should be a 0-for-1 trade. Prophet should be coming out alive. Soul 5v4, they have that cleanly. They only needed the one fight, but that last one fight was so difficult for the Seoul Dynasty. Indeed, too difficult for them to be able to come over. So I have to take this to a decider now. If you remember, if your memory is good, this is where Lip had that 4K miracle moment as well. He got slept but bubbled by Fate in the corner, didn't die, and won the whole damn thing for the Shanghai Dragons. And things are heating up for sure now. Fitz coming through on towards a Hangzhou. Might be going back for a soldier change. Yeah, looking like it was just
he's just going to go ahead and
potential scouting or maybe a loose arrow to find a headshot, but not going to be the case. It does actually give Dragons open and control the high ground.
That it does. High ground and the point, as well as Lip just getting a little bit more of a lead towards those attack visors. You've seen how quickly he can build that up. Fitz now looking to make up for some lost time, though, starts pumping out damage. Smurf sitting inside the bubble, going to be antied up for the moment, taken down to about half HP, but it's going to be Fate who actually falls. Overstepping just a bit there, and yeah, the punish is looking great. Vinheim almost eliminated, but again, looks like right when Seoul Dynasty are going to lose a member, they've managed to pick up somebody else. Lee Jae-gon going to be taken out of the fight just like that. Dynasty will once again establish control of the point first and foremost.
You can just see that Seoul Dynasty, I mean, a great punish to Fate where he oversteps. Fate was trying to dive deep inside the back of the point, and with Lip coming down, there's just simply no way. Prophet with a deflect on the Iziaki as well. This is Dragons almost tearing themselves up. They're looking for Trace, they're looking for something, but damn near 6 or 7 of them have died at this stage with no return kill. Seoul Dynasty are deathless in this first opening fight.
It's absolutely gorgeous from him. I mean, you look at the ult charge, yeah, Lip still maintaining a bit of a lead, but you can see Vinheim nearly with the barrier up. Lee Jae-gon not even halfway there. Prophet a full 26% ahead of Who Are You for the Dragon Blade. This is phenomenal.
There's Nano
for the side of the Dynasty, but yeah, the Nano Visor is available for the Dragons.
That could be the difference maker here for sure. Vinheim can counter it with that sound barrier, but we have another Seoul Dynasty lead. I feel like it's been 3 Seoul Dynasty leads in a row. It's always about the 50% lead as well. Bionate slows things down, but now the bio has dissipated. Should be Dragon's time to go.
Okay, it's going to be the Nano Visor. Fitz responding in kind. He gets the sound barrier shielding out from Vinheim, and that keeps him alive. Sliver of HP still on the floor. Fate will finally jump forward to get the elimination, but it does not matter. They managed to clean up the rest of the squad here. Now Fate, up to his own devices, just sitting around, doesn't want to pop the primal here, knows that the fight is over. Gets a couple of kills there to build up for his own ultimate, but it's the Dragons, or the Dynasty rather, who maintain control of this point and are now getting it to crest past 75%.
And it's a sound barrier difference, right? Vinheim had it, Lee Jae-gon didn't. Dragons lost the first fight. Snowballing in the favor of the Seoul Dynasty.
Prophet.
Really, the only thing that Dynasty had was barely a visor, plus a nano. Prophet, like you said, on the back as well. Here comes a lurk, straight into the blade. Brilliant
the dive over the top as well. It's perfectly coordinated here with Smurf. Chases in Prophet, cuts them down.
That's it.
That is the team kill, and yeah, 95% continuing to tick up. They try to swap, but it's to no avail. No one will get there in time. Absolutely beautifully done by the Dynasty. They make the call to strike, they play it to perfection, and they get a perfect score to round out Oasis 100% to 0 here in the last round on University.
It really just gives being shades of the original Oasis that we played all the way in Week 4. First game as well, last game of the final day of Week 4 there, Seoul versus Shanghai. Oasis went the way of the Seoul Dynasty, and just, brilliant snowballing from the get-go. From second, number 1, Fate oversteps. Lip cannot help because he's only on the high ground, and Fate hides up. If Fate gets too deep into Seoul Dynasty territory, no one can help him, and so he goes down, and the rest is history from there. Seoul Dynasty get their 50% lead, and Nanovisor plus a sound barrier, then an amazing lurk into dive play combined with Prophet and Smurf working together. Exactly what you want to see. It's that diving combo of Prophet and Smurf that is so indomitable.
Just beautifully done there. Prophet really just trying to remind everybody, and maybe even who are you in particular, why he is considered the greatest of all time. Doesn't matter what he's playing. Doesn't matter if Who Are You is one of the best Genjis that we have ever seen in competitive Overwatch. Prophet is here to play, and he absolutely showed up on the Genji there. We'll see what the map selection is going to look like for the side of the Shanghai Dragons. They had a rough go of it yesterday versus Fusion. We'll see if they decide to change up their picks or if they go back to similar things as we get ready to move into Hybrid for map number 2. Already, though, off the rip, this is an absolutely fantastic series, and I'm hoping that the action keeps playing up to this level. Don't go anywhere, guys. Map 2 is coming up in just a few. And welcome back, guys. Map 1 out of the way, and oh boy, what a series this is already turning into. A 1-0 start for the side of the Dynasty, but they had to work for it on Oasis. They take it 2-1, very clean in the end, but extremely back and forth in those first 2 rounds. Shanghai Dragons, though, just not able to find any purchase on University, end up dropping the map. Now they have their map pick as we get ready to go into Hybrid. And by the look of things, Avril, they have selected to go to King's Row, so they're changing it up compared to yesterday.
And this is, I think, Dragons maybe taking a bit of a page out of North America as well. Something I noticed yesterday when we go back to examine their match versus the Fusion. You remember they brought the triple Reinhardt play on the Lijiang Tower. Turns out Gladiators actually brought that out just several hours earlier, right in their particular matchup. So versus the Dallas Fuel that they used to beat them. And now we're going towards King's Row. You have, as you mentioned, Void coming in with Fletis, so it's going to be Zarya Reaper. This will be Dragons taking a look. Okay, Dallas is succeeding a lot with their Zarya plays. We can go to King's Row, replicate that kind of success, pull Smurf into either a Zarya battle or put him still on the Winston and maybe force a bad matchup by now having Flitter on the Reaper. That'll put a lot more pressure onto Smurf. Smurf now has to respond. Does he go towards the Rhine? Is the Seoul Dynasty prepared for the Rhine, or will they get just... I don't know if I want to say baited into the Zarya mirror, but certainly I think Void would want that. Void would love it if Smurf would try and mirror him on the Zarya.
Void in, Fleta in, faces that we haven't seen a ton of as of late, but we are, of course, more than familiar with. We'll see how they fare now, because it's a pretty big ask for them to come in after what we saw in that last round of Oasis and try to right the ship for the old Dragon squad. They're going to be first on the defense, and I mean, Lip is just gonna, yeah, okay. I was gonna say, he's gonna go back, or he's just gonna die, and then he'll swap.
Fire, you know, scouting fire, just in the sky. It's like, yep, they're running normal things. There's an Ana, there's a Lucio, standard stuff here. But what we are seeing is, again, this isn't sort of the other Apex style that we've seen, where on King's Road defensive teams have liked to try the Ashe. Lip, despite being a fantastic Ashe play, he's like, the Soldier's just too consistent. The Soldier is the answer here. They're even kind of hiding at first, not really revealing position. They don't want to get sniped out the door in case Fitz is going to be doing those opening door snipes, but not going to be the case. And as I mentioned as well, is it going to be the Smurf Zarya? Indeed it is, and I think Void, this is what he's looking for.
Okay. Prophet just TPing it. A couple people up here to the high ground at Theater. Swaps back over to the Genji. It's been looking great so far today, so why change it up? Tracer as well has been looking phenomenal. Fleta out the gate, though, with the Reaper once more, as we have come to anticipate. We get to see Fleta a little bit sooner, and that's always fun. But Lee Jae-gon, he's going to die. That's not fun if you're a Dragons fan.
No, it certainly isn't, because that's going to be much the healing out now, and Dragons, are they just going to have to pull back here, give away your tickle 2, wait for the Lee Jae-gon respawn? He's back now.
Okay, Lip finds one, though, trading in kind. This time getting rid of Prophet. Now Vindheim going to be falling. Fleta, DPS duo here on the side of the Dragons, finding some nice little value to give up 1.5 ticks. We'll get Fitz here on the back end as well for some additional stagger.
Is that a Dragons 4v5 I see over there? Because remember, Lee Jae-gon respawned, but he wasn't really part of that fight. Lip just gets a fadeaway kill, and Fleta finds one as well. That suddenly pushes Seoul Dynasty back. I mean, that was Dragons down on members. They had even started giving up space, but still doing the damage, winning the fights. Lip with 2 final blows so far to lead things out.
Cut back away as Prophet tries to get in on top of him. The biofield's going to help keep him topped up. Good little Helix rocket into the corner of the wall so that the deflection cannot come through. It's a nice little prediction there from the side of Lip. Put some damage on the Prophet. Doesn't get the elimination, though. He himself has fallen low. Now, inching forward onto the point. Void going to be there for the contest. Just trying to keep that energy up. Keep Smurf at an arm's length. And Void will find another kill out as Fitz is going to be taken down. That's going to get him closer and closer to the Graviton Surge. He falls a little bit low, runs out of bubbles, has to pull back. The healing going to start coming through, but now the grab is ready to rock. Smurf has his to respond with, should he find a moment of opportunity to utilize it. But for now, looks like it's just going to be slow going here for the side of the Dynasty.
Never mind, Prophet's going to dive in. He's down. Yep, they're all gone.
Comes in with another one. Fleta gone. Lee Jae-gon out of the fight. Blade, Nano, fight, victory here as the deflection going to be used. And he'll finish Lip there. A little bit of a melee hit and some shurikens. Team kill comes through. It's going to be 4 minutes and 15 seconds now in the time bank.
I mean, just the kill onto Iziaki is enough there from Prophet. You actually see Shanghai Dragons backing up, by the way. They had gotten the kill onto Fitz, but Void, he was half HP, so Dragons, instead of trying to push for more space, maybe punish another member, get some extra damage in, they pull back spacing, allow the Seoul Dynasty walk on up. Fitz respawns, And then that same dime, Creative goes for the nano onto Prophet. He dives in with that blade, and it is enough. Shanghai Dragons do not have the sound barrier. They did not have the sleep dart, either connecting onto Prophet to stop him. So they have to cop that out. Double supports down into the streets phase already. A lot of ultimates online for the Shanghai Dragons, but Seoul Dynasty are not liking themselves either.
Not at all. Lip just sitting here on the high ground, firing away, looking for some targets. Sees Fitz over on the flank. That's going to be the beats coming through from either side. Grab as well. Just locking Void and Fleta together, but they're not going to be able to find any eliminations off the back of that. Void, in fact, will break free of the Crab. Comes up with the kill onto Smurf. Anti out onto 3. Fleta looking like he maybe would want to go in for a Death Blossom, but especially now he's going to think better of it. Pulls back around the corner, and that's Arch control here for the side of the Dragons.
That could have been so much deadlier if Fleta was not slept. He would have run through. He was looking for the Nano Death Blossom there for sure. And the Seoul Dynasty would have lost a lot more members, a lot longer of a stagger and a reset. But they'll get mostly everyone out alive at the cost of Smurf going down. Still double DPS ultimates available for the side of Shanghai Dragons. And if you are Seoul Dynasty, you can just wait for Prophet to get this blade, play the Nano Blade again. There's still not going to be a sound barrier because it was used to counter the grab last time. Fitz is going to go in first.
Yeah, there's the Nano. He pops the visor and immediately is going to be slept as Creative finds a kill. Is Iyaki going to find one as well? But it's on the Vinheim, so crucially, the lion's share of the healing going to be taken away from the Dynasty as they continue to try to break through this archway and get onto the cart. Dive into the back line, Prophet popping the deflect. Has to move away, break line of sight away from Lips. The Blade still manages to find an elimination as Void is going to be taken down, so overall, not too bad. You take your DPS getting an elimination over them not, so Lip is just going to have to hang back, tail between his legs as he exits back over towards point C.
I mean, it looked like a zero value Nano there, or rather a Blade there. A lot of ultimates coming on through, especially the Visor. The Visor was just to kind of zone away the Blade, but still, because Prophet actually gets the kill to Void, still comes up positive for the Seoul Dynasty, and now they're going to be pushing the B capture point nearly to completion here. Final contest coming on through from the Dragons, 2.05 meters remaining.
They do have some nice little win conditions here due to the Dragons. That grab, that Blossom still sitting in their back pocket.
Here we go.
Nano going to be using it to sleep on the Smurf. He's going to wake up, pops bubbles onto himself, now runs out of them, and he's got no way to escape. But just hounding him down. Death Blossom be damned. He doesn't need it. Still comes up with 2 kills. His Lip got another. He's going to be looking for a third. Creative trying to fight back, but there's just no hope. So inevitably we'll stand still and say, yeah, go ahead. I need to reset a little bit faster.
You can just see the respect coming through as well, because Dynasty are expecting the Death Blossom, but as long as Fleta actually holds it, he can just run up, use the Nano. It's plenty of damage. Smurf has to run himself, can't quite fight against it. The rest of Seoul Dynasty don't have ultimates. They can't stop him. They can't sleep him because he's also been bubbled. So the Shanghai Dragons, once again, holding the Blossom, and they can use it to win the next fight. There's only about a minute left to go, and you can also Bionade your own friendly Blossom, and the Death Blossom lifesteal with your friendly Bionade is actually enough to keep the Reaper alive as well. So that combo is also still pretty strong.
Fair to point out. Lee Jae-gon getting closer to the beat. Vinheim about 10% behind him. Needs to try to catch up here because it's going to be monumental for them to try to survive this play. Grab going to be coming down. Void going to be the first one to fall. He throws his own grab. Locks in Smurf, but the Nano is there to keep him sustained. Now he sets its sights on Fleta, who is rapidly pulling back away, and that should be good enough to go ahead and get the cap onto point B. A minute and a half going to be added to the time bank as Izayaki is the last one to fall in the fight. Just shy of 2 minutes now here for the side of the Dynasty to try to complete King's Row.
I mean, that's just out-tempo coming through from Seoul, right? They pull the trigger early. Shanghai Dragons perpetually waiting for Fleta. I believe Fleta was above, but he just didn't really come down for a play. Maybe he was waiting for the team to call for him. Maybe he was waiting for positioning from the Seoul Dynasty. But as Seoul Dynasty go towards the cap, Shanghai Dragons needed to intercept with that Death Blossom. They have a kill now. Opportunity for Dragons to walk forward.
Yep, a huge one. There's the TP up from Fleta. Shoving him back again. Doesn't need to use the ultimate. Just buys some space off the kill of Prophet. And now they can go ahead and establish his corner control and try and deny the Dynasty from even getting to the card.
They need to be threatening this. They need to be threatening this Blossom. Okay, and Fleta can't sit up on the high ground. Prophet will spot him out, so it's very difficult for Fleta to get on in because otherwise
Void?
He basically has to TP in, receive a bubble. The bubbles are not there. Fitz goes early. Fleta's down.
Yeah, the beat is not there in time. Lee Jae-gon cannot try to keep him in the fight, and some falling. Now it's going to be an Nano on the Lip. He pops a visor of his own. Prophet with the blade drawn out will find Izayaki, but ends up falling. The hand of Lee Jae-gon getting that elimination. Void now answering back as well as they clean up Vinheim. It's a bit of a mess. It's a bit of a back and forth here, but Creative just trying to keep everybody else topped up, but they can't really get this cart moving because Void and Fleta are here, and they're fairly immovable right now. They don't have the damage output necessary to break through this position. They get a couple extra meters here. Widely, they just have to wait for everybody else to rejoin.
You need to wait for that bubble to come back online as well. Lip, by the way, owned towards a Widowmaker. Profit changing over towards the Hangzhou. Beautiful headshot onto Profit. That'll give you the 5 versus 4. And the opportunity now. Flitter wants to walk forward.
Oh, it's such a rude awakening here. Lip making his presence felt absolutely as he gets those 2 quick kills, setting up for the elimination onto Smurf. And now with the time dwindling, Vinheim trying to ride up here along the ceiling will end up getting beamed down by Void. Profit trying to touch in towards the cart, but he just can't do it. Knew that he would have to give his life for it. That'll just be where the cart gets to. So 49.4 meters in towards point C. They cannot complete the map. Once more, Shanghai Dragons have a win condition in front of them on Hybrid.
It's the long-awaited Death Blossom. We waited an entire defense for just that Flitter's first and only ultimate. We got there towards the end, and it ended up not even being necessary because Lip got the opening frag onto Profit anyway, and Shanghai Dragons pushed forward with the 5 versus 4 advantage. Just a lot of wasted opportunities, I feel, where Dragons absolutely could have held B, at least for longer, if not entirely. That one very critical fight where Seoul Dynasty push in with Smurf, grab down. Dragons are late to the play, Flitter nowhere to be found, no Death Blossom on the payload for B, and they end up having to fight on C instead. So Seoul Dynasty outpacing the Shanghai Dragons by finding opportunities to push when Dragons are not ready, not prepared, and not in a position to do too much on Flitter either. But the defense still found at the end of the day. Seoul Dynasty, though, great progress.
Overall, not going to be feeling too bad about that, but they still need to have a strong defense, stop the Dragons from getting to that point, because obviously if they push a little bit past, that's just the map victory in their pocket, and that's a tied up 1-1. Dynasty want to avoid that. Would love to be walking away from King's Row with a 2-0 lead. Lip for now on the Widowmaker, see if he can find anything early days. Because he's going to go for a little bit of a pop shot. Flex is already rolling, so yeah, Profit just making sure that nobody dies there, nobody takes some headshot damage. Keeps him protected, and now he's just going to swap back over to the Soldier 76 as anticipated.
You also saw, by the way, Fitz emoting around the corner there, just also spotting, checking to see if there was going to be any sniping available. Fitz has to be a little bit careful here. He's going to get helped out by Vinheim, who hoops Flitter away, so the protection does come on through from the main support. Flitter still wants to walk forward. You can just see from that top right area, yeah, kind of pushing Fitz away for now.
He's going to TP right back up into the window. Sees Fitz, sees Vinheim, and close quarters can get quite a bit of damage in, but notices that he is surrounded, so does pull away. Playing that one out as patiently as he can, but Creative manages to weave some shots in while Fleta had his back turned. Creative, however, going to pay the iron price as Izzyaki with a Bionade will get some revenge. And Izzyaki is surging towards that first nano right now. This death on the Creative really going to be punishing him in that regard as well, as Izzyaki just needs 15% more.
That's going to be the 5v4 now because it's taken a while. You can see through the silhouettes as well. Creative is trying his darndest. Those old grandma legs to come on back, but the positioning has been gained by the Shanghai Dragons, and the first nano claimed by Izzyaki as well.
Yep, first nano, first tick, going to be picked up here. See how the recontest looks from the side of the Dynasty. Lip taken low. Fleta trying to play this out secretly. Now the nano comes in. He's pushing up against Smurf. Damage output is looking massive. Nano going to be forced, though. Keep Smurf alive. Lee Jae-gon going to be taken out of the fight. That's going to be the healing gone from the side of the Shanghai Dragons. Now Fleta eliminated. Profit in on top of Izzyaki. That's the rest of the healing eliminated right as Lee Jae-gon respawns. And that should be the fight victory here. But still, 2 ticks going to be snatched up from the side of the Shanghai Dragons with Void going on a bit of an extended reset. Some more time going to be bought here by the Dynasty. We'll see if they can continue to hold this point. 2 minutes about to be left in the clock.
That's clutch nano coming through from Creative as well. He didn't actually have it at the start of the play, but he had to earn it while Smurf was getting rolled by Fleta. But the fact that he managed to find a nano, keeping Smurf alive, pushing back into Fleta, getting that kill instead, does everything for the Seoul Dynasty that they require to hold on. Both teams have grabs available now. It is still Shanghai Dragons on the point. Fleta sleeping.
Yep, that's going to be a grab in response. Void just locking 2 in place. He says, yep, that's a golden opportunity. Throws it down, finds Profit and Vinheim, and that'll be the point taken now by the side of the Shanghai Dragons. Just nobody else able to contest. Smurf going to try to exit, but with that ante coming down, he is not going to be able to hold on to that energy. And even if he didn't get antied out, something tells me the damage would have been good enough. So everybody now from the Dragons going to be chasing forward while the cart will start moving up.
You can see that both teams are looking for the grab there as well, but Void got that one first onto Smurf. Running and targeting. Pretty much what you want to see. Allows, despite Flitter sleeping there, they'll be able to win that fight regardless, and the cleanup is there as the Dragons keep pushing on through with the ultimates in hand. We are nearly on board for another double DPS ult opportunity. As I say that though, Seoul themselves got plenty to work with. They have to defend this bar area. Lip going for a big boy flank, and he's got to pull the trigger now.
That he is. Grav in with the blade. Flooding going to be popping the Death Blossom a little bit sooner this time on the attack. As Lip falling low, but has that biofield up for a little bit longer. Vinheim gets the elimination, but Fleta is there for the cleanup. Smurf, Robin, Vinheim for him. I think there was a fourth one beforehand. That's the team kill, and the cart is making an immaculate pace right now for the Dragons.
And the fact that, by the way, Lip, okay, he gets that one kill, dies, but he pulls attention away. That allows the rest of the Dragons, including Fleta, to walk on up. So you have this pincer play coming through from Dragons, where Seoul Dynasty don't know where their focus is. Do we go for Lip, or are we trying to defend against Fleta? You're not really doing either properly. We're ending with possibly the final fight here for B. Prophet is over towards his own Reaper, but Lip has pulled the visor.
Oh, and he is just running in, finds Vinheim. Creative is so far disconnected from the rest of the fight, he cannot offer up a single scrap of healing to anyone on this roster right now. That is point B grab, and that is nearly 4 minutes in the time bank for the Dragons, and you can already see the red box of victory just there around the final corner. The Dynasty need to buckle in, and they need to put their feet down pretty soon here if they want to win this map. Otherwise, Dragons looking like they might tie it up.
And the difference has been on the B point, right? Because Shanghai Dragons had a much more successful B defense. Seoul Dynasty, for the most part, have gotten run over. Shanghai Dragons pushed them with so much momentum, so much snowball pressure. That has ended because we're on board for another grab. This Nano Visor for Fitz has to be everything for the Seoul Dynasty. If they can't win off that, they're going to lose.
Lee Jae-gon falling low. The grab comes in. Fitz fighting one with attack visor. Now Lee Jae-gon is going to be eliminated as well. Fitz with those follow-up Helix rockets will get rid of Fleta, and yeah, that should be enough for them to finally hold steady. Get the cart in a stationary position, but it was so damn close, just what, 3.5 meters away roughly there. They still have 3 minutes to chew through if they want to win this.
Really have to wipe some sweat off the brow there for the Seoul Dynasty. I mean, that was it. If they don't win off that combo, nothing will work for them. Void tries his best to prop down the Graviton Surge, maybe get a kill into Fitz as well, who was looking like he might have been able to go down. Not quite though, gets just enough kills. Shanghai Dragons waiting for the next ring of ultimates to be available. Vinheim can defend this with a sound barrier with Smurf. Also come up to grab. There's a few opportunities for Seoul Dynasty to drag this one out further and maybe force an OT down the line.
Well, there's the visor first, but even if he pops the sound barrier for that, there's still the Death Blossom imminently arriving for Fleta. That will concern them. Visor going to be used, and you can see they're just pulling away. They're actually going to throw the grab down on Olympus and try to get the elimination, but Fleta, in the meantime, he's gotten to the back lines. He got rid of Vinheim. That's going to be the sound barrier out of the fight. Now Prophet and Smurf have both been eliminated. Creative dead as Lee Jae-gon dives into the back. The kills are there. Sound barrier nowhere to be seen. They tried to scatter, but the chase was great. Shanghai Dragons get the push, and they get the map win on their selection of King's Row.
Amazing pressure coming through from Fleta. You see him diving to the backline. Our POV was on Lip, but really it was Fleta going so deep onto Vinheim, forcing this Lucio in such an awkward position. Vinheim would love to go for the beat, but he doesn't want to Ajax. He's nowhere near the payload where he can help out Smurf. So poor Smurf just has to basically eat the entire visor along with Prophet, who can do nothing to really help out. Lip cleans him up. Fleta gets rid of the backline, then dances on the payload with his own Death Blossom. Not even required a boostio to end things out with, just a flex on the Seoul Dynasty as we end things 1-1.
Well, there we go. No match point lock in here for the side of the Dynasty. They will get an opportunity to make that happen, though, as Escort is going to be their selection. We'll see what they land on, where they think they can pilot themselves to victory the best. What gives them the best odds here when we come back from the break, with the Dragons looking like they are heated up. Fleta on the return. I mean, ults be damned. Man doesn't need a Death Blossom to find value. Continuing to look quite strong here for the squad. We'll see if he is going to still be in the lineup here when we come back from the break, as well as Void. Lots of questions surrounding this series, but all I know is we're tied up 1-1, and it's a damn exciting time. Don't go anywhere, guys. The action continues in just a bit. And welcome back. We are now 2 maps deep into this series. The Dragons able to tie things up 1-1 with a victory on King's Row. Now we turn our sights over to Watchpoint Gibraltar, the escort selection of the Seoul Dynasty, to see if it's going to be good enough for them to move up to match point. This map historically has been very, very good for the Dragons, Avril. Not so much yesterday, but historically, ignoring the recency, overall has been really, really good for them. Avril might be muted. That's okay. He's a silly boy.
All you missed out on was a bit of a quiet laugh there. I don't know, maybe not. Well, it was quiet if you didn't hear me, but in any case, I was going to say, yeah, yesterday's Gibraltar, not what you want from the Dragons, and I think Seoul Dynasty in a position where they want to capitalize on that weakness. You know, they saw something there from the Dragons. Very sloppy play from the Dragons overall yesterday, but definitely on the Watchpoint Gibraltar map. And here we go, Seoul Dynasty are thinking, okay, if Fusion can do it, we can definitely do it there as well. A lot of ground to abuse. Also, you get Smurf back on the Winston. I think that's his preferred pick. Void staying in, though, is so weird. I don't think that... Is that right? For the Shanghai Dragons? No, it's Fate coming in, so you're going to be seeing Fate. We saw Void in the graphic there, but it is going to be Fate coming in. It would be too strange to have your off-tank player on this map. Smurf wants the Winston matchup versus Fate. Void would like the Zarya matchup versus Smurf, but you won't get that on Gibraltar.
No, certainly not. I think Smurf would also love to have a Winston matchup versus Void, but that is also not going to occur. It will just be the Winston v. Winston.
Yeah, no. Yeah, that's not happening.
We'll just see the Winstons coming through. With Who Are You rejoining, in all likelihood going to be starting things off on the Genji. They are first to attack, so they have their time to go ahead and play around with some compositions and give people some false ideas of what the comp is going to look like.
Attackers incoming in 30 seconds.
So let's examine. Obviously sniping on the defense there. Briggs coming on through. And I'm doing a little bit of, you know, brainstorming in terms of why we're seeing so much Brig on this map. I think it just comes down to the fact that the long-range healing really helps you out for dive compositions. And this map, where there's a lot of high ground, low ground play.
5, 4,
Whip shot boot,
Yeah.
pretty decent in the Winston matchup there as well. But healing your Winston long range, healing Prophet on the Genji long range, all pretty good stuff there. Who Are You? Obviously will be coming through to match. Actually, Lee Jigon starting out on the Lucio there, so just Vindame as a Brig play for now. But no, I like Lee Jigon even swaps over towards that as we move on forward. It is an exact mirror Smurf versus Fate, Lip versus Fitz.
We saw some phenomenal shots from Lip at that desperate bid to swap to the Widowmaker at the end of their King's Row defense, and the shots that he connected very much did lead to them successfully holding the Dynasty in place. Fitz has his work cut out for them. Let's see if he can get it done.
The payload movement here. Seoul have mostly given up the high ground. They want to contest payload instead. That's going to allow the rest of the Shanghai Dragons, mostly including Fate over here, to contest. And Smurf has to back out, so waiting for Fitz to do the damage that will allow Smurf to go back up. Prophet also trying to contest as well.
Oh, Lip is moving away from this, actually. He says, okay, you're playing quite far back. Everybody is not contesting the high ground here. You're playing very defensively. I'm going to swap over to the Tracer. I'm going to go in, become a part of this dive, and look to get the executions here onto the likes of Creative Vindame and Fitz. We'll see if he can pilot this to success, though. It's a stray shot. Whizzes right past his ear. Well, you did. Those new sounds coming into the game gives it a bit more weight once that shot goes whizzing by, but Fitz will find Who Are You. Now Fate going to get taken down as well. Looking like maybe he has exited successfully, though, so doesn't have to be too concerned.
Speaking of feeling it, Who Are You?
He's duking it out.
That one. Yeah, okay. So, Lip going towards the Tracer. I mean, he's been on Tracer for 55% worth of Pulse Bomb now. Wasn't the best yesterday either. We saw him kind of whiff situations with the Blink. In fact, the same area. It was him versus Zest. He didn't quite get that health pack. I don't know if you remember, but this time around will survive. Being a bit of a menace in the back line. Infrasight is going to expose him, though, so that's not going to be good for Lip as Prophet goes for the chase. But gives up the chase.
Takes him low. Forces him from the mini pack over to the mega pack instead. So now Fitz rotating around the side. Would love to get the shot. I mean, Lip obviously knowing that he's being watched. Dashes across, and the shot not going to connect.
I don't think Lip knew. Lip didn't actually know. He was just kind of dancing, but thankfully he survived that one in his case.
Oh, in the meantime, though, Blade going to be pulled out. Now diving over into the server room. Prophet just helping to carve up some of Fate right there. Takes a little haunch off of him, and that's going to be the cleanup as Oh, Lip will finally get his target of Fitz, but he survives with a sliver of HP. Now they're on the hunt because they know they've got a little bit of a window of opportunity. Smurf has got to be careful. Oh, never mind. It is Lip who is floating too close to the sun. The heels are in position, and Smurf just goes, how about a hug?
I mean, that's one way to kill Lip. That is certainly one way to kill Lip. That's the kind of thing where, like, all right, well, technically Lip did get a kill on the pulse bomb. Faced it again, but still no primal. They just...
Lip's going to the window. And now it's going to be Fitz over to the soldier. Blade going to be pulled here by Azur. Goes into the back line, deflects the sleep dart. Manages to find both the support, stashes back up onto the high ground, stays safe. And just like that, Shanghai Dragons might have been able to break open point A.
I'll tell you what, though, the fact that Lip actually dragged Smurf all the way back into the hangar allows the Shanghai Dragons to walk forward. I mean, the only tank in the game, but the only tank in the game for the Seoul Dynasty is not even defending the point itself or defending any area on A. That gives the Dragons something to use.
25 seconds remaining. There's the primal popped here from Smurf. The rally rolling as well. Vindheim just offering up that green HP over to Creative for now. Dive into the back. They spot him here in server room. Fitz as well getting involved. They want to try to get rid of Lip, alleviate the pressure that this Widowmaker can apply, but so far have not been able to acquire their target. Anti-nade will be the kill there onto Smurf. As the shots continue to fly out, now the Dynasty certainly have their work cut out for them. They've drained the clock down successfully, but can they get the hold? Would be a bit of a miracle as Lip is just sat here in the back, finds Vindheim right there in the head. The recall comes out, the cart inches forward, the cap will come through. Smurf now re-arriving on the Doomfist, which is not exactly what you want for this point. He's going to have to swap off of it. And, well, he's been given his opportunity as Izayaki will finish him off, and Lip gets Fitz for the team kill.
It's just a fast recontest, right? Seoul Dynasty are thinking maybe we can come back. Creative's nearly on towards a Nano. There's an opportunity where, let's say, Prophet still survives. We Nano Prophet, maybe gets a Blade. That's how you defend A, but it's just not going to happen. Shanghai Dragons will be able to cap on through. Lip goes on to the Widowmaker, like you sort of mentioned. Fitz no longer challenges, and we're just swapping who's playing Widowmaker, right? And this is the sort of situation that we wanted to see Lip in yesterday. Keep the Widowmaker 4B, snowball with the Widowmaker, prevent the Seoul Dynasty, or in that case the Philadelphia Fusion, from being able to reinforce into the hangar, and that will give the Dragons a lot of space to play with.
You know, Lip just patiently trying to wait out Creative, making his way into the hangar. And jump over the top there. Gets a little bit of a tag onto Vindheim. Not going to lead to an elimination. Just keeping sights on where the supports are playing at. Fitz now still staying on the Tracer. For a target with this Pulse Bomb, wants to at least invest this ult before he swaps back over to something like the Widowmaker. Who are you going to pull the blade? He is so damn low. 52 HP. Can he survive? The answer is going to be yes for one kill, but then he can't get anything else. Prophet will go ahead and make up for it. That's going to be a 2 for 2, though. And now a 3. As Prophet does hound down Lip in the end. The Dragon's going to have to reset.
I mean, Izayaki is kind of solo at the moment, but Seoul Dynasty giving him the respect. They're not going to go for the dive. Technically speaking, Izayaki was the only one there, so if Prophet and Smurf pull the trigger on their shift buttons and just waits for it, I'm pretty sure they could have staggered out Izayaki there as well. But now the Shanghai Dragons will have Izayaki still there as they regroup for 5. Who are you pulling Blade despite being low, not recommended, and it will be Prophet and Creative's turn for the Nano Blade next.
Let's see how that goes for them as they only have 35 seconds left to get rid of on the time bank. The Primal Rage obviously going to have a lot of survivability, but for the rest of the squad, it might not be so easy. Even with a Genji, even with that Primal Rage, trying to knock this Genji away from your support's going to be rather difficult.
No
Dive into the back, there's going to be the whip shot, does manage to push him away, keep him at arm's length. The Prophet still found a key target. Now Lip is going to be taken down as well. Headshot Shuriken flying through. 10 seconds now remaining as the kills continue to fly in. Bait already with the Primal expiring. Gotta be focus fired as he drops back down with the bubble. The chase is there. He is zoned away. Prophet will scoop the kills, and that will be the hold just in front of point B.
It's a long ace, but we got the ace at the end there for Prophet as Who Are You on his own blade. Couldn't get it done. That was a very critical fight for Shanghai Dragons to lose. And for Seoul Dynasty to hold on to, all they need themselves is a Nano Blade with a push out both supports. You see him kill Creative first and foremost. But rather, Izayaki first and foremost. Lee Jae-gon then gets away, but it's fine because Lee Jae-gon can't help his team when he's all the way back in spawn, dies anyway. And the Shanghai Dragons with the other 3 players in no man's land, no support whatsoever. Fate's Primal running out. Not a lot to play for as the Shanghai Dragons inevitably will lose once Seoul Dynasty cuts off their supply chain of healing. And now, successful B defense. Seoul Dynasty wanted to come to Gibraltar for a reason. Again, they noticed a weak spot from Dragons last night. It didn't look like a good showing. It's a better showing from Dragons on Gibraltar today, but maybe still not good enough just yet. Seoul stop it in time to give themselves a great opportunity to win.
Take a look back here at Fitz getting this pulse stick off screen. He just charges down Lee Jae-gon, gives him a little bit of a parting gift. Who are you in the meantime? Pulling that blade, but had already been chunked out so much. You can see.
Yeah.
He's the kind of player who's got that he gets zoned in on things. The blinders kind of come up on the side of his face.
Maybe he expected
he says, hey,
Lee Jae-gon to heal him, but Lee
this is my
Jae-gon
moment.
obviously
I'm gonna
taken
go
up
for
by
the
the
blade.
pulse. Well, Iziaki put the nano onto him, so you either pull the blade or you waste the nano. So I think he was caught between a rock and a hard place, and unfortunately will get crushed by that pressure. Swapping sides now, both the Widowmakers coming back online. We begin our attacking defensive phase with a full mirror in composition, but will anybody change? I don't suspect that Lip will go towards the Tracer unless they're about to lose the A-cap. And I have to suspect that Fitz will stay on towards the Widowmaker the entire way through, lest he go over towards the Soldier, because Tracer not exactly within Fitz's hero pool.
Yeah, Lee Jae-gon narrowly surviving there. Taken down low, is antied out for the moment as well, but does manage to get top back up by Iziaki. Just going to be trying to funnel as much healing to him as possible, get that nano up, and for now finds himself with a slight little lead. Nothing too much to speak of, though. Creative's just 6% behind. A couple tags into the back there. Smurf not going to be getting too much damage here from Lip either. Sleep Dart connects on the Lee Jae-gon, not in the most punishable position. It's nice little shield bash. Yeah, he takes himself away from the action, and with the overstep, that's Prophet and Fitz being eliminated. Who are you getting into the back lines, finding the Widowmaker, follows up for Smurf, and that's going to be an initial great hold here for the side of the Dragons.
I mean, Prophet and Smurf actually go out of the LOS of their own healers. They are so keen to get this kill into Lee Jae-gon, where, by the way, Creative also popped in a Bionet that landed, but because Lee Jae-gon wakes up, shield bashes away, the range is huge now in Overwatch 2. And it ends up being Smurf and Prophet overstepping into server with it cut off by Fate. Brilliant trap by the Shanghai Dragons, recovering their support player.
Yep. Executed to perfection there. Go ahead and stay alive. And Iziaki, in the meantime, now has very much separated himself from Creative, so the nano's going to be online here at just 8%. Lee Jae-gon is going to be falling low. Smurf pops the primal rage, and he is not going to be woken up. Can anyone come to his rescue is sort of the question here. Will eventually be okay. Prophet going to be eliminated. Lip finding a body shot to get rid of the enemy Genji. Now Creative out of the fight as well. The healing cut down, and there's no savior for Smurf. He ends up falling. The cleanup is there as it's an extended team kill. And now 2 minutes remaining. Half the time bank melted down.
And it's not just about the time either. I mean, look at the complete difference in ultimates coming online for the Shanghai Dragons compared to the Seoul Dynasty. Really, it's just Vindane keeping up with Lee Jae-gon. Smurf had already used the primal, so, we'll give him that tick of approval, but unfortunately it is off the table. Lip gets another opening pick. This is preposterous. Seoul Dynasty just continually losing members to Lip.
They cannot afford to have this happen. He hasn't even bothered to pop the Infrasight yet, still just holding on to it. I mean, it's a dink on a Fate, but, I mean, that doesn't really mean anything for you. Gets you a little bit closer to your own Infrasight, I suppose. But Fate is just going to get healed up. Lee Jae-gon will gobble up that opportunity to go ahead and get the rally online. Dive now going in from Fate, contesting the cart there just at the top of the ramp. Shots coming across, Lip staying wary that Fitz could come jumping up over the top, gain line of sight at any given moment. We can see Fitz is actually playing quite far back. Lip has been forced for the time being.
5 ults.
Now pops the Infrasight. Cart for now, inching forward. 58 seconds left to go. Ults are online. Prophet finds a crucial pickoff. Who are you going to be taking out of the fight? That's going to be the Blade. Now not there for the side of the Dragons. Prophet with his own. It's for that final swipe on the Lee Jae-gon. He will not get it, but it doesn't matter because Smurf is there for the alley-oop setup. They get the eliminations coming through. Lip zoned away. Nothing he can do. And the cart will glide forward. It's going to be a minute, or 2.5 minutes rather, added to the time bank here for the Dragons. They wish it was a minute and a half, but not quite to be.
Stagger as well.
On a Prophet. He will die, but they get Iziaki at the same time.
Yeah, stagger onto both supports there. That's really disastrous for the Shanghai Dragons. And how about that passive play on A? They had 5 ultimates, Ilios, and they still pulled back. You see Lip all the way into the hangar phase. Part of the Shanghai Dragons' winning strategy on the A defense was that Lip's pressure with the Widowmaker was so high. And yet they are all just hanging out. Shanghai Dragons with 5 ultimates do nothing with it. They allow themselves to get taken down, and Prophet wins with a nano blade. Embarrassing for the Shanghai Dragons as they'll now have to look for that same defense opportunity. 3 ultimates same still in hand for this B hangar phase. The payload is actually nearly there as well.
Yeah, it's been free pushing the entire time because Fate is trying to pursue Fitz in the back line. He's been applying some pressure, denying line of sight, but yeah, they have to keep this contested from here on out. Who are you pulling the blade? We'll find one. Dashes up, looks to get the elimination here on the Mayhem and will eventually be able to get it. Barely survives. Now looks for a little bit more. The dash through will take down Smurf. That's going to be time bought. Gets up into the base of Fitz, gets the kill, and Prophet just can't get there in time to keep his DPS cohort alive. 2 minutes, though, still with the cart just meters away.
Shanghai Dragons love to play within the finest of margins here, and listen, this is the kind of thing that will get them caught out eventually. Seoul Dynasty have the payload in an amazing position. They've evened out an ultimates. I mean, the situation for Seoul was so dire moments ago back on A, but after capping that, they've been steadily pushing forward. Double support kills, great staggers, straight back onto the payload, putting the pressure onto Who Are You.
Damage here on a Smurf, needs a bit of a bailout. Lip, I was going to say he is the X factor, as he often is, but needs to find value with this Widowmaker because he can't really rely on his ult for too much. Yeah, you get some scouting potential there. Primal still going to be popped by Smurf despite the early death. He's looking for Izayaki, has him juggled into the corner, manages to get the elimination here at the very end. Now pushing everybody else away, but now the Primal will expire. He's down low, and he is dead. Who Are You gets the elimination. The rally rolling from Lee Jae-gon now going to expire. Vinheim using his own, but here comes Prophet with the blade. He gets a finish on the Who Are You. He gets Lee Jae-gon. He's looking for Lip. Lip is so damn low, and Fate dives back in to try to contest, but the damage output comes through. The Dynasty in a hell of a messy fight. It was going either way there for quite some time. The Dynasty will manage to persevere and finally complete their push. That moves them now up 2-1 in this series. Match point behind them. Just one more to go for them to finally defeat the Shanghai Dragons after nearly 2 years. Can they get it done?
When push comes to shove, Ilios, Prophet will get it done. Pulls the blade twice, wants to get the cap onto A and wants to shut the door on B as well. Shanghai Dragons can do nothing but watch in sadness and despair. They are down now, as you mentioned, 1-2. They've been here before. They've still come back. They've still won. But Seoul are looking like the better team today. Better on Oasis. Unfortunately, not good enough on the Zarya battle between Smurf and Void on the King's Road. But once we get back onto the Winston for the Gibraltar map, a map pick from the Seoul Dynasty, Prophet comes out king. Despite the best efforts of Lip, Who Are You, and the rest for making great plays, I still have to question what Shanghai were doing on that 5 ultimate fight towards the end of A. That could have been such a better defense. But bygones be bygones here. Shanghai Dragons will have a lot to regret if they can't recover here. Seoul Dynasty in command.
Well, you said when push comes to shove. Push is going to be our next and potentially final map type. Dynasty need to get this win to close out the series and not be threatened with that Game 5 versus the Dragons where they have fallen so many times. Shanghai Dragons, though, need to get this victory. It looks like New Queen Street will be their selection. We can expect that's probably going to be Void, probably going to be Fleta coming back into the matchup for them. Can they win it yet again like they did on King's Row? We will find out in just a few minutes. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The end is nigh for the Shanghai Dragons. They need to win on this next map. Their selection of New Queen Street as we get ready to go into push if they want to take us to a 5th and final map. But if they can get that done, it's still going to be the map pick of the Seoul Dynasty. So they will have that in their, up their sleeve. Wherever they decide to take us, they should have a slight little advantage in that regard. But we'll focus in here because the Dynasty are one map away. I feel like I've said this so many times. One map away from taking down the Shanghai Dragons at long last. Can they do it? Or can the Dragons continue to persevere, continue to be clutch, and take this all the way to 5?
And it's not just that. I mean, you are also looking at a grand finals appearance here for the Seoul Dynasty as well. I believe it would be their 3rd ever finals appearance after May Melee 2020, as well as playoffs grand finals for 2020 as well. A couple of substitutions coming in for the Shanghai Dragons, as you'd expect. We're going to a push map, which means Void and Flitter do come back in. The last map they were subbed in, they did win. And Flater as well. Didn't even need to use a Death Blossom on either attack or defense to get that one. The Zarya Reaper certainly coming up trumps for the Shanghai Dragons, and they'll need to make that work again. We talk about the fact that Seoul Dynasty will be picking the final map if Dragons win this, but there is only Ilios and Lee Jung Tower left. I think both are reasonably fine for the Dragons, so I don't know how much of advantage Seoul can really force in on that last map. Really, to me, they have to kind of win it here. They have to clean it up here. Smurf is going to be the big question for me. Is it going to be the Zarya? Is it going to be the Winston? Both extremely viable on this map. But if you do play Zarya, you are going back into the mirror versus Void. Not that Smurf wasn't that great in the Zarya mirror, but I think Void definitely edged them out, and the statistics would prove that as well.
Well, let's see if him and Fleta rejoining will help deliver a victory. I mean, we know exactly what to expect here as far as their comps are going to be concerned. Void's going to be going for the Zarya. Fleta coming back in to play the Reaper. He's become a bit of a specialist in that regard. Though we know that obviously his hero pool goes a bit deeper than that, but for now we'll just be sticking through with it. For Shanghai, or for the Dynasty rather.
I was going to say, it's almost ironic that the highest flexibility player in your team is also the Reaper specialist on the team. He's now responsible for the one hero that is the Reaper Mans coming on through. Fitz on the Soldier, Prophet on the Tracer. Pretty standard stuff from the Seoul Dynasty, and we have confirmation. It is going to be the full dive. Smurf, Winston, Prophet, Tracer. You know it, you love it. They've won it here before. But can they do it versus the Void Flitter combo with the Zarya and the Reaper dominating the North American region, this particular combination of heroes?
Well, Prophet playing around the back flank there for just a moment. You see the Dragons very much occupying the high ground, a position that they love to take early on this map. Prophet now just linking in below. Just going to keep the bot shifted over towards their side of the map, ever so slightly. But now will start moving up, and they will start getting distance on this push. Prophet now moving up the high ground there, looking for the dive alongside Smurf. But yeah, the sleep dart is going to be great. And Lee J gone helps get the elimination there. Smurf going to be the first one to fall here on New Queen Street. Now there's so much damage. It looked like Flood got that kill, but no, it was the Helix Rocket hit from Lip. Sending that one off of the flank, and Lip will be able to get another follow-up there onto Vintame, and that is going to be a nice amount of space opened up here for the Dragons on this push.
And that is also a mid-air sleep from Iziaki. I heard the sleep dart go out while Smurf was still sailing through the air, so brilliant hit by Iziaki, who now leads also in the Nano Boost department. And that's exactly Seoul's, Dragon's gameplay. They need to punish Smurf. There has to be the Reaper Zarya and a combination of the Ana as well, pummeling damage into Smurf's Winston to put him down. Prophet, Pulse Bomb available, but low HP, can't go for the play.
Pulse Bomb at the ready. Just waiting for his opportunity to be able to strike here as the bot gets closer and closer to the initial checkpoint. Pulse Bomb stick goes out, but hey, Void is here. He's got bubbles. Offers one up. They help save Izayaki, but Fitz will finish the job with the Helix Rockets from across the way. Now has that Tac Visor ready to roll, but Lip is going to be using his first. Now pops to try to counter, but he just walks right into Flip, and he says, oh, thank you very much for that one. Sends the Helix Rockets into his chest, and yeah, that is just blood and visor everywhere as Fitz just disappears. Bot going to be controlled now for the moment as the Shanghai Dragons do decide to pull back. They say, you know what, we've got a considerable amount of distance. We can go ahead, go for a little bit of a reset, give some space up.
The fact that Smurf is still shoving this payload backwards is pretty brilliant for the Seoul Dynasty. And they're kind of losing this fight anyway. Oh, they definitely
dead.
will be soon, as Prophet going down to Izayaki. 5v4 confirmed. Nano is still online for Izayaki, waiting to be used in this particular fight after Creative had already popped that in the previous. Nano Visor not looking up for Fitz and Creative.
Oh, and Creative not ready for this flank. Pleta not going to be able to overstay, though. That being said, Lip in the meantime, yet again, gets the better of Fitz. Now he's in on top of the Winston. Just
running
cannot defend himself. Yeah, they just keep falling over one after the other. Prophet finally getting an elimination. Feels like maybe one of two that the Dynasty have been able to achieve so far. New Queen Street, and the bot will make it to the checkpoint. Boom.
Only Fleta and Izayaki have died so far for the Dragons. And we're going straight for the Nano play. No Visor required. Lip will just rail them down.
That he does. Gets the kill on Defiant. Will be traded, though. They lose the take on. Both sound barriers now not able to be used in any extended skirmish, and some space has to be given up. But again, I mean, Shanghai Dragons are totally fine with this stage. They've got so much distance. This Prophet goes into the back. I don't know where he was quite going there, but does just go ahead, pop the recall, manages to stay alive.
We got more than 57.18 meters, which means we can't have that kind of weird draw scenario happening anymore. That hasn't technically happened, but has produced a visual bug, so we're past that. All of the ultimates basically online for almost both teams as we head into what is going to be a very critical fight around the 4-minute mark, but a massive lead so far for the Shanghai Dragons. Seoul Dynasty yet to get any progress.
Death Blossom into the back. It's going to clear the bot, but cannot get the elimination. Flooding out. Just going to have to wait, walk out. Fitz spotting him. The sound barrier comes through from Lee Jae-gon to try to keep him alive, and it will work a treat at least for a little bit longer. Eventually, Fitz will manage to find his mark. Bot now going to start pushing for the very first time, by the way, for the side of the Seoul Dynasty, with half of the time bank already drained down.
And that's with the sound barrier being used by Lee Jae-gon. They still lose that fight. Vindame holds onto his sound barrier, doesn't choose to respond because they don't need it. Fits a solo kill onto Fleta, who, by the way, a solo Death Blossom to Prophet. Wouldn't recommend that one again. Prophet simply blinks away, and Fleta can't find anybody. That was a bit unusual coming through from Fleta. Not the best Death Blossoms today, and that's even when he chooses to actually use them. But as you say, first actual progress for the Seoul Dynasty, but how much longer can they push? Fitz needs some kills here.
Okay, a little bit of a back angle here from the side of Fitz. He needs to get some peel as Void starts getting in on top of him, and Vindheim comes to the rescue. Helps keep him alive, at least for a little bit longer, as he's now down to 16 HP,
wow,
and they can't keep him sustained. Does manage to get traded. I mean, it's going to be a decent kill there for the side of Void, as Fitz has quite a bit of distance to go ahead and sprint back. Bot for now, just going to start pushing it again.
Creative is too far back. Vindame has to go back and taxi probably multiple players. He actually hasn't gone at all. That means it's too late. You can see the Dragons are able to regroup together. They can stop this payload pushing. The checkpoint will not be found just because of those trades, specifically with the Creative going down. Seoul can't regroup in time, and Dragons will have positioning to regain payload control.
Grab at the ready. Sound barrier there, try to counteract it from Vindheim. This Prophet just continues to be the one pressuring the point. Is Izayaki going to be taken out of the fight? It's going to be the nano boost removed now. Likely a lot of distance bought here for the side of the Dynasty. Leap into the back, looking to just try to knock Void out of position. The grab was let loose, but it's not going to lock anybody in the position. Smurf just going to go ahead and leapfrog straight over the top of it. Gets the bot back under their control. It's a bit of a back and forth bout here with Prophet going down. He'll look to rejoin as quickly as he possibly can. The bot
sleeping.
Going to be locked into position here for now. Lip taking a nap, as you said. Was able to wake back up quite comfortably. No one able to get on top of the enemy soldier here. We will be able to survive and fight another day.
Seoul have plenty of ultimates, but they just need to have the regroup happening. I mean, somebody's always dead. Prophet went down previously. Pulse Bomb still available here. Sound barrier to enter through with. At least Jae-gon's dead.
Yep, Smurf there as well. Helps capitalize, gets the elimination, and Smurf will get the other kill onto Izayaki. He's going to get a third as well. Why the hell not? Smurf is starting to really clap back. Team kill comes through, and this could be a moment for them to take a lead, but they have to wait out the bot here. He's going to take his little break.
Yeah, and that's going to give time for the Shanghai Dragons to come on back in, whereas the Shanghai Dragons want to fight same positioning. They want it in a position where they could actually get the checkpoint and then collect an extra, half-ish kind of meter. It is imperative that the Shanghai Dragons prevent that from happening, and they have so far come into contest.
Pulse Bomb not going to connect. Prophet tries to go for the back line flank there and catches Izayaki, but it goes wide. That is the Dynasty pulling away now from the point. The time
1 minute.
Space opened up here for the side of the Dragons, and as you say, there's just a minute remaining. Death Blossom, the Visor. It's all there for the side of the Dragons. The beat nearly to be the cherry on top. Visor for Visor. Lip pushing forward, but this time Fitz gets the better of him. Prophet gets his target. Izayaki going down. Now Lee Jae-gon falling as well. The Dynasty will be able to take a lead here.
And that could be it. That could be the entire series. When they take this lead and they won't have to wait for the checkpoint again, This is going to be an opportunity where within 30 seconds, Shanghai have to push the payload to the bot all the way back to the checkpoint of the Seoul Dynasty and then match the target anyway. However, Lip manages to touch. They prevented the flip.
They do, and now the barrier comes in from Lee Jae Gon, just shielding everybody up. The bot is going to be shipped back the opposite side. The Dynasty say, okay, we'll wait that shielding out. They do so. Death Blossom still
it's a
there,
huge
however,
contest.
from Fleta. We saw him holding a Blossom the last time they played on this map versus the Dynasty for so very long. Will he be able to use it proactively this time? He's TPing forward. He's looking for his moment. He gets it around the back. He pulls the trigger on it, and that's going to be creative. And now Fitz taken out of the fight. 3 members left versus 5. They try to survive. They try to push this back in the opposite direction. And it seems like somehow, some way, the Dragons might have managed to find a victory all the same. Overtime still going to be forced out. Smurf diving to the back. It's Lee Jae Gon. Izzyaki is going to be eliminated. That is the supports now. Taken away from the side of the Dragons. Prophet gets the pulls out of the lip. He gives his life for the elimination. It's Void and Fleta versus the world. The sound barrier comes down. Void trying to stay alive, trying to get this grab up and ready to roll. He's just 5% away. Fleta has managed to retreat. He gets himself pulled back around the corner. Lip going to be rejoining the pulse bomb in his pocket, just upbound. The grab comes in. They're looking for Smurf. The nade comes down from Creative. The nano is invested as well. They keep him topped up. It's 0.6 meters left to go. He can't get the body block now. The nano's out. Izzyaki comes back and Lip gets 2 with a pulse bomb. He might have just shut this down. They're looking for the miracle, but the Dragons say absolutely not. Not on our watch. They clean them up. And so very close, it becomes so very far away. The Shanghai Dragons, they tap back into that hive mind. They pull out the clutch card, and they manage to get this win. We're going to map 5.
And that clutch card is ever so available for the Shanghai Dragons. When the going gets tough, the tough gets going. And this time it's Seoul Dynasty that go out of this map. Shanghai Dragons secure it once again. It was looking so dire for them. Literally, what, 0.6 meters away. 0.6 away from the Seoul Dynasty taking control of the map. If they had just managed to push a little bit further, had Lip not gotten that miracle touch, it reminds me, shades of Icon Volder, Who Are You, 0.05 meter contest all over again. In a very similar situation, one very critical contest allows you to stop that payload from flipping over, and if it does flip over, it doesn't matter what Dragons does. Lip gets a double kill. They still have to push all the way back in Seoul Dynasty territory. Probably doesn't end up happening. We award the series to Seoul. They go to grand finals. So Shanghai Dragons, when we talk about clutch, that's what we mean right there.
Absolutely unbelievable. And I mean, you can see here, it looks like some of the members in the Dynasty just Smurf rubbing his eyes. He thought that this was done and dusted. He thought that they were going to be ready to sit back for a bit and get prepared for a grand finals versus the Fusion. Not yet, and maybe not at all. The Shanghai Dragons clap back. It is 2-2, and we have one more map to decide it all. The Dynasty's pick. They have elected to take us to Ilios for a last round of control. We'll see what happens there. You don't want to miss it. This has been an absolutely insane series, as was fated, as was anticipated. I love to see it, and I can't wait to see the conclusion of it, and I hope that you guys are right there alongside of us. We'll be right back in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. And we are back. One last map to decide it all. The Shanghai Dragons managed to persevere with their map pick of New Queen Street. They get the win by the slimmest of margins there on push. Now we go into control
0.6.
once more. Yeah, 0.6. I mean, it's just one of those things that if they end up losing the series, is going to end up haunting the Dynasty, but we'll see what happens. They have their pick. They've elected to take us to Ilios for this last round of control. The question is, as it always has been, can they close this out versus the Dragons? Can they finally beat them after nearly 2 years of being punished by this squad? Can they get the upper hand? Can they make their way into another grand final?
And as I said, it is a 6-match win streak for the Shanghai Dragons against the Seoul Dynasty. It's been a long time since Seoul were able to best the Dragons, and while Seoul bested them at the most critical of times all the way back in, when it was Dragons on their royal road towards, well, not quite a royal road, but a road towards a finals of the 2020 season, Seoul stopped them. Could the Dragons be doing the same to Seoul now on their way to a much fated finals that Dragons, or rather Dynasty, have been waiting for so long? And you know, New Queen Street certainly will be a map that you have to go back and watch again and really zoom in on, because as much as it hurts for Seoul, it's a brilliant play from the Shanghai Dragons. You know, I went back and looked as well. There was certainly no opportunity. It's not like Seoul stopped pushing. It's not like Seoul forgot about the payload or the robot. Lip simply came in on the final second and contested. That's literally all it was. No one's to blame there. Lip outplayed them. Shanghai Dragons got the touch in time, and that's all it was. 0.05 on Icon Boulder, 0.6 on New Queen Street. It's these fine margins every time the Dragons use to perfection. And now we head to Ilios. The smart thing here is to not take the Dragons to Lijiang Tower. We know what happened last time. Seoul took Dragons there. Fate came out with the Rhine and won the map. This time, it might not be Fate, but it is still Void. And Void and Fleta undefeated versus Seoul in this series so far.
Yep. We'll stick through with the same roster. Not going to make any adjustments. Fleta just sticking with the Reaper. We'll see if the Dynasty can force him to play something a little bit different, perhaps, but seems like he is very much in his comfort zone right now as we will open the gates for this 5th and final map. See a bit of a delay there
same
from Prophet.
heroes on both ends. Yeah, you don't even have the Genji for Prophet this time around. No Echo shenanigans. I mean, one of the good things about playing Fleta on this map is that you can play the Echo. He is your Echo player. We're not going to go for it because the Zarya Reaper combo has been the game-winning combination for the Shanghai Dragons so far in this series. And, well, if Smurf's going to do it, he's going to have to match up against Void mano a mano again.
A dark step.
TP up onto the high ground there, wrapping around the backside of the windmill, looking for some damage. Okay, Prophet just taking so much before he can get that off. And,
no bubble.
Yeah, he ends up dying. Yep, no bubble from Smurf. Just no way to keep him protected. No healing coming his way either. Prophet just on the aggressive TP gets cut down. Now Fitz going to be picked off as well for a little bit of additional stagger as the point gets locked in here for the Dragons. Pushing up right up close and personal here is Fleta. He's going to Wraith Walk to cleanse off the ante. And they will just retreat as a collective unit.
It's an outplay from Izayaki. So, I mean, Izayaki sleeps Smurf, so Smurf can't put the bubble into Prophet. So Prophet just walks into death. Usually, you would TP there, you'd be fine, but not that time. Not when Yazari is sleeping on the ground. Well played by Izayaki once again. Is going to be leading the Nano Charge. Lip on low HP, but he survives. First point being capped. This is so different from Oasis. Remember, Oasis was 50% for Seoul. Now with Lip's Visor coming online, it should be 50% for the Shanghai Dragons.
Yeah, put quite a bit of damage there on a Smurf, and Fleta was ready as soon as the bubble dissipated to get the elimination. Follows up for another with Fitz now falling. Void looking for the cleanup as Vindham will be the last one to die. The extended team kill coming through, and that is the Dragons sitting pretty here, getting ready to achieve 50% on the point.
And no deaths for the Dragons so far. Completely deathless after, what, a fight and a half, maybe 2 fights in there. Plenty of final blows, 7 final blows, 2 of them onto the Lip, 3 of them onto Fleta. And not a single member down as the rest of the ultimates start to come online now for both teams. And Seoul Dynasty desperately waiting for this Nano Visor. Has to be the game-winning one. Lijiang should be able to counter.
Void taking a bit of damage. It's going to be a Nano on a Fleta. Get that Death Blossom ready to rock. He's pushing forward. And has the ult ready to go. Bionate does come down, so he'll only find 1 elimination, but still zones him back considerably. Sound Barrier going to be coming through in response to the grab. Void uses a grab of his own. Smurf going to be taking a nap. Still going to be a high-energy Zarya, though. so they have to pay some respects. They start pulling back, the right click, the beam. It's enough to annihilate Izayaki. Now Lift has
energy.
fallen. They get the sleep there, and yeah, that is going to be the cleanup here in the fight. A little bit of delay from Lee Jae gone, but not going to lead to too much of anything. Wraith walk forward. Flooded just trying to extend this as high as they possibly can. The flip will eventually come through just shy of 99%. It's 95 locked in for the Dragons.
Insanely well played by Smurf. That he uses bubbles to block out most of the damage from Fleta, as well as just pumping damage to Fleta to prevent the Death Blossom from getting more. I mean, in that situation, you would assume that Fleta just gets a team wipe onto Seoul Dynasty. No, Smurf, he holds on strong, comes back 100 energy. It's Grav versus Grav, Sound Barrier versus Sound Barrier, and Smurf comes out on top. Humongous damage done in that last fight.
And it was. Anti out on the Fleta now, just trying to keep him at arm's length, stop him from getting in on top of the tank, on top of pretty much anybody. Let that Reaper get loose, and things are not going to go well for you. Prophet, in the meantime, also looking for a bit of an angle. It's quite low HP, so they're wrapping around as a unit towards the Dragons' side of the approach here, the point. We'll be able to get him topped up, and Slip gets ready for his next visor. Other ults a little bit a ways away here for the side of the Shanghai Dragons.
For going in. Here we go. He wants to make this play happen. Death Blossom in hand this time as well, but just too low HP. To be honest with you, they don't mind waiting here. It's percentage that's taken up for the Seoul Dynasty. Visor versus Visor, but they can't quite find each other.
Yeah, everybody kind of peeling back, breaking sight lines. Lee Jae gets on top of Prophet, finds that elimination. Now Nano going to be used. It goes on to Smurf. Trying to build up some energy and rapidly is climbing in that regard. The grab at the ready has outpaced Void immensely in this metric, but they clear the point out now. I mean, Smurf, he's going to throw it, but it's a desperation. No. And that's it. Way too late. They're playing on such slim margins. Prophet re-arriving. Sure, he's got Death Blossom, but he's not going to be able to find a damn thing with it off the back of that one little fight. That is going to be the round secured by the Shanghai Dragons. First blood is theirs. Can they get this 2-0? Can the Dynasty reply? Take it the distance all the way to 3 rounds of Ilios.
Seoul Dynasty, I mean, you look at Smurf there, he carries on Zarya one fight, but then the final fight, indecision, biting him and back, it just turns around 180s. Do I go for Fleta? Am I trying to grab Fleta? Do I maybe go for a grab onto Void? Ends up not deciding anywhere. The rest of Seoul Dynasty falling around him. Vindame as well, tragically does not get a sound barrier. So close, but just couldn't quite meet the mark. And so unfortunately, ends up being a posthumous. Grab it on Surge, catches a bunch of dragons, but no one alive for the Seoul Dynasty. Prophet, desperation, Death Blossom at the end, won't get anything done. Could be the final round now. Dragons want that revenge match versus the Philadelphia Fusion, waiting for them in that finals. Could be the final map here as well. Dragons leading the way. It is officially match point time.
It's a major change up here. Prophet looking like he was going to come out on the Echo to begin with. Shifts to the Tracer, and Fitz is going to be on the Ashe. No, swaps now over to the Soldier. Then him as well going to be matching with the Brigida. Now they make their way over to the point, but this is going to give the first grab up to the Shanghai Dragons. We'll see if Dynasty can contest them for it. As Prophet starts making his way up. We'll dive in, gets a little bit of damage there onto Fleta. The Diva as well here from Smurf.
Smurf could have opted for the Winston. Just to be clear about this as well, what I will say about the Diva is it does have a little bit more pressure against Fleta's Echo. We did talk about the fact that Fleta being in means the Echo can be seen. It doesn't just have to be the Reaper, but Smurf has so less practice on this hero compared to Void. I mean, this is Void's signature hero.
Yep, Lee Jae finding the first elimination. Now Smurf going to be knocked out of the mech. He's looking for a target here to hit with the pistol. Try to get back into it. As he and Prophet just going to be jumped on. Smurf going to be the first one to fall. Fitz in the meantime got an elimination with the Izayaki, but that's about as good as it gets. The point now going to be locked in. As that does go through. Away.
The 8 as well.
I'm not sure about that. Since Prophet got a kill. I don't know. Could just be a little thing in the beta.
Okay.
I'm not too sure. Either way, he gets the elimination. He knocks Void out of the mech, and he gets the kill all the same. I'm thinking that's just going to be a beta bug. We'll call it.
Yeah, you know, one of those things. A classic beta bug. I don't know. Prophet, he'll get everything. He gets a pulse bomb kill, but apparently got eaten. Who knows? At the end of the day, it still counts as a kill, so maybe it didn't get eaten. But we are now evened up 14% to 14. Thank Prophet for winning that fight, carrying the fight through despite the rest of the team falling by the wayside. Nano coming through for Izayaki. Creative looking for his as well, just a little bit further behind.
Oh, he's just right into Void's rear there. Trying to get that next pulse bomb up, and I mean, he's nearly got it. He's set over 80% now. I can't even keep up with him. He's building this so very rapidly. They maintain control of this point. Recall comes in, keeps himself safe, as it's a little bit scattered now for the rest of the side of the Dragons. Spit's going to be falling low, rotates out, holds on to the Nano. The Nano used onto him just so he could try to stay alive. Lip now charging forward with Attack Visor at the ready. We'll find Mayhem starts pumping damage into Smurf. Will break him out of the mech. The elimination will come through on the back end of that one with Prophet dying. That'll be the flip there for the Dragons. Back in control, but still have a ways to go to take the lead.
Yeah, you saw the damage difference there as well. The pressure onto Fitz. He instantly had to back out. He gets a Nano but can't Visor. He's already on low HP. Surviving, looking for a health pack. Meanwhile, Lip is just shredding through the Seoul Dynasty, especially onto Smurf there as well. And there's just not enough Matrix to stop him. I mean, Matrix is decent versus the Soldier, but cannot outlast the Nano Visor, even with maximum Matrix on board. It's going to come down to Prophet. 10 HP remaining. That's an actual 140 Ilios, but Prophet still lives.
Yeah. That he does. Void going to be antied out for now. The rally rolling from Mayhem, trying to keep everybody alive. So far working a treat. Void going to be demeched. The self-destruct going to be popped. Baby D.Va seemingly safe. They cannot get the elimination before he gets back in. Yeah, Fitz popping the Attack Visor, looking for some targets, but D.Va goes right up into his face. The Bionade comes flying his way. Prophet in the meantime starting to go off. Finds Flutter, finds Lee J gone. They're looking for a little bit more though, because they still haven't gotten this flip back into their favor. He's trying to get the tracking down here on Izayaki. Eventually gets that elimination. Now turns his sights over to Void. Breaks him out of the mech. Prophet is going off. He is finding damn near everything in the kill feed right now for the side of the Dynasty. The flip will come through. 69% online for the side of the Dragons. The Dynasty should be able to overtake them here.
If there is a world where Seoul Dynasty dragged this one over to Ruins, it is because of Prophet. He is currently deadlifting on this particular submap for the Seoul Dynasty. I mean, it really is Prophet. He's keeping them in the game. He's carrying the team. I'm not going to lie to you. If Seoul would win this one, it's going to have to be Prophet play of the match again. I know it's a meme. It's like Prophet play of the match every single time. But what can you do when Prophet is this good?
Well, Void now opting out of the D.Va battle, says, okay, you know what? Let me just go over to the Zarya and just be able to get those beams through that D Matrix. Make sure that you cannot deny my damage. But going to be making his exit, flies up over the top to keep himself safe. Lip, in the meantime, going to be nanoed up. Finds an initial kill as Mayhem will fall. We're approaching 99% here for the side of the Dynasty, but they're getting ready to lose control of the point. Prophet is going to be taken down. Flutta finds that kill. There's double DPS ults available for the Dragons to try to hold this point to its conclusion.
We are going to reach 99s here. It's going to be the OT to decide everything. Can the Seoul Dynasty drag us to a Ruins, a decider on the final map of this lower bracket grand final, or lower bracket final, I should say, or is it going to be the Dragons punching their ticket to the grand finals? And it is going to be a rematch versus the Fusion as well. Plenty of ultimates on both sides, but I dare say the Seoul Dynasty have a bit of an advantage. Just waiting for Vindame, 29% more to reach towards that rally. Played it looking for a copy, doesn't want to go for it just yet.
Yeah, can be undone by this duplicate depending on who he decides to copy. Mayhem taking a bit of damage there. Does get back to full HP, and now we're in the double 99s. Attack Visor going to be used. It's going to be a copy out onto the Tracer. Fletta has not really been able to play that so far this season, and so far he's not finding too much value. Needs to get the pulse bomb up. He now has it. Pops the recall. Is looking for the target. Stick comes in. He's going to find Mayhem. That's going to be the rally out of the fight. Creative is gone as well. There's no supports available for the side of the Dynasty. The self-destruct comes in, breaks Fletta out of the mech. The Helix rockets kill him off, and Prophet in the meantime found two with the pulse bomb. He got Legion on. He got Void. He gets his Izayaki, and that is going to be the point ticking down. They cannot get there in time to swap to the Tracer, and the Dynasty will take us to Ruins to decide it all.
And who's going to carry harder? It's going to be Prophet. Can Fletta do it as well? The deadlift is in his namesake, but currently Prophet is the one lifting his team up. And Fletta tries his darndest. I mean, what an insane micro play there. He gets the stick, kills Vindame, and by the way, uses the invulnerability frames from swapping between the Tracer back to his Echo form to eat the self-destruct damage from Smurf, get the kill into the Baby D.Va, but still it is not enough. Take a look at Prophet's POV again in the final moment. Boom. Stick over onto Void. Double kill to Legion on. Fletta gets Smurf down, but at the end of the day, Playoffs Prophet has certainly arrived. It's been here the whole season, but you damn near believe it's leveled up once again.
Look at this comp coming through. Smurf going to be going back over to the Reinhardt here. Prophet onto the May. They are looking to brawl this out to victory. We'll see if they can get it done. It's not been the most successful for them. See how they fare now in this map 5 third sub-map scenario on Ilios. Sleep connects onto Void. They want to get the charge off on him. They cannot get the pin. It's actually a little bit of a hairline sleep onto Smurf as well as he quickly gets woken up, interrupting the charge. For now, Dynasty occupying the point, looking to get the first cap. Contest
Nice.
not going to be able to come through in time. Flutter now dropping down into the point. Wraithwalk going to be burned. There's the wall, but it does not cut off his retreat. He manages to make it out to safety. Prophet going to be falling low, goes into the ice block. Kizuyaki taken down person foremost as Smurf finds the kill. He'll get a follow-up. The fire strike through. Takes out Flutter. Prophet, however, does get picked in the end. Smurf is low on HP, so he's got to pull back.
Fight's still not quite over just yet. You will say that Seoul Dynasty had the advantage. They had the cap as well in Ilios. The script writers, they're not messing around today. How thematic would it be if the Seoul Dynasty in this exact same stage on map 5 win with the Rhine when it was the Rhine that beat them last time when Fate played it on Control Center? Now Smurf wants to take charge. Hammer in hand. 35% and counting. Fits nearly on that visor. Way ahead of Led.
That he is. Izuyaki going to be taking a nap for now, but it's so far off the point, it looks like no one can get to him. A little bit of a Helix Rocket wake-up for him, but no kill to be found for the side of the Dynasty. Lip looking for a target, but they'll just cut off his line of sight, force him back over onto the walkway here on top of the point. Now it's going to be the Nano Visor out from Fitz, charging forward behind the shield of Smurf, and it's looking great for the side of the Dynasty. The damn near Tim Wipe comes through as Lip is the last one standing, and they will eventually get on top of him. They confirm the kill. Vindame picking up 2 in the fight. 64% now for the Dynasty. Have they done it?
It's huge, and they haven't done it quite just yet. They have to survive against the barrage of ultimates available with the Shanghai Dragons. However, the sound barriers will be the make or break. Vindame and Legion both have him. Prophet as well with the Blizzard. So once Shanghai Dragons want to get aggressive, if you want to grab here, you're going to end up eating a Blizzard in response. Now, the good news between Void and Smurf here for Void is that in this matchup, you can get bigger grabs. However, you see that Smurf is currently isolated. He's not playing with anyone except Prophet, so it can only be a 2-game grab, and actually, it's a huge amount of kills.
It's catastrophic. He's going to drop the hammer. He's looking for the stun. I think that one went a little bit wide. Lip now popping the attack visor. Will find Vindame. That takes the beat out of the fight. He's playing a ring around the rosy here with the creative. Now the wall coming through as well. Just trying to keep protected. Lip, however, starting to gun them down, but no one can make it in time. They occupy his attention. Lee Jae-gon cannot arrive. And after so very long, damn near 2 years, the Dynasty will be able to best the Dragons when it matters the most here for a championship spot in a grand final. You can see right there, Prophet, everybody collecting around this man. He got them through that second round of Lighthouse. He got them to the final round of Ruins, and from there, it was a collective effort to get the victory. So hard fought, so very long since they've been able to taste a victory as sweet as this. But the monkey is off their shoulders. The weight has been lifted, but they don't have too much time to rest, Avril. This win must feel so fantastic, but they have a grand finals to prepare for.
I mean, it means so much as well. You can just see the emotions coming up through because this is how much it means to the Seoul Dynasty. It's taken them so long to beat this team, and the hardest oppositions to come back from. Lighthouse was looking over. Lighthouse almost should not have been a Seoul Dynasty wins, but this man on your camera, one of the greatest players of all time, in my mind, the
greatest player of all time.
I'm sorry to the super fans. I'm sorry to the Smurf fans. Prophet's my GOAT. He was one of the best players before the Overwatch League. Still one of the best players in the Overwatch League. 5 years later, in his 5th season, still one of the top players, and dare I say, one of the front runners for MVP this year as well. Never been a role star. The most robbed player of all time is Prophet. And of course, he can only be the player of the game. I don't care.
Yeah.
Prophet gets player of the game
hasn't
every
even
game.
told us.
He deserves it. I don't care. He deserves it.
We were talking about this all the way back around Gibraltar, and it's like, yeah, I think we have to give it to Prophet. He's just kind of performing the best, and then we get to these last few maps, especially Ilios, and it's just, good lord, the numbers that he was able to put up. But even from the first map, coming out of the Genji, just diffing everybody in the lobby, he was the one who helped kick things off, put the right foot forward for the Dynasty. It got tripped up a little bit in the middle, but by the end, I mean, good God, it's just the Prophet show.
The only player from the Apex era that is still at this level. I mean, we talked about this as well. Previously, we could have said that Birdring was there as well. Rascal at this stage is retired. Who are you?
We can give Fletted some
playing
credit.
at a super high level. Yeah, but the thing is, Fletted wasn't. He was playing at a high level, but I guess his team kind of let him down during the Apex era, whereas Prophet was the literal champion, right? The final champion of Apex in Season 4. APAC Premier
At a high level
champion
in
as
Apex,
well.
yes, that's not Flutter.
Yeah, Jisoo Busan, and it's just like, in terms of staying at that level, having those accolades come through all that time to still in Season 5 of the Overwatch League be not just a good player, but legitimately one of the best players currently in the Overwatch League this long into his career. Simply unmatched. That's why he's my GOAT. It's simply unmatched. So,
Yep.
Seoul Dynasty, if there's a way for them to get to the finals, it's from Prophet. It's off the back of this guy. Jump in his backpack. Get on this horse. He's going to take you home.
I mean, look, no matter which way you slice it, I think that seeing what it meant to him in particular, as well as the team overall, even if you are a Shanghai fan, I think that you can feel happy for him because you could tell how much weight was lifted from his shoulders. This burden that he has bared for nearly 2 years of not being able to get a victory over the Shanghai Dragons, not since that 2020 lower bracket final. It just incredible performance from him, from the Dynasty overall, but this was a hard-fought battle, Avril. This was an incredible best of 5, going the distance all the way into that 5th map, into the last round of Ilios to decide it all. But they finally were able to put their foot down and tell the Dragons, no, not this time. We need this one. But they're not done yet, as mentioned.
No.
They still have their work cut out for them. Before we even really get into the topic that is a best of 7 grand finals that is just about 30 or so odd minutes away from them, the Fusion have been sitting back watching this play, maybe sweating a bit as they see the form the Prophet's in, but they have the advantage of preparation. Now the burden is on Seoul Dynasty once more to see if they can excel. We've got a lot to talk about, though, so we're going to take a quick little break. We're going to take a breather, and then myself and Avril will come back. We'll chat about this incredible best of 5 series a little bit more, and then we'll get ready to go in that grand final.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
And welcome back, guys. Before we go into our best of 7, grand finals, let's talk a little bit more about this best of 5 lower bracket final that we just feasted on with our eyeballs, because, oh boy, what an incredible series here between the Shanghai Dragons and the Seoul Dynasty. Dynasty finally getting their revenge. Avril, to me, this felt like when you are the younger brother and your older brother, your older sibling, constantly just whoops you at video games, and you've never been able to beat them, and then you finally go in, you're playing like Tekken or Street Fighter or something like that, and you finally just crush them, and they're like, oh, you've learned how to play the game, I see. It felt like that vindication of how good it feels to best your older sibling. That's the vibes I got from this.
I mean, that's that Serena Williams moment, right? When, you finally come up and you're better than Venus for the first time, and it's a thrilling feeling, it's emotional. That's right, I did watch King Richard, how did you know? Seoul Dynasty, I mean, we've been waiting for this moment. You have the Flitter departing over to greener pastures on the Shanghai Dragons for the longest time. Seoul, they have to look over the fence, they see Flitter succeeding, now a world champion, the defending champion, he wins a regular season MVP as well. And for Seoul Dynasty, they've been left wanting the entire way through. They built this roster around Prophet, around the success, the carry power, the star power of Prophet. One of, if not, in my opinion, the greatest player in Overwatch so far of all time. So far, because the ink is not yet dry. Seoul can still win a title here, other players can still fight for that as well. But for Seoul Dynasty, this is the comeuppance, this is the redemption we've been waiting for, because so many years they look like they've had competitive rosters, but they haven't borne fruit. Now they're finally back into a finals. It's been almost 2 years since we've gone back to a finals. Last finals that they'd been in was the 2020 playoffs, the literal grand finals of the entire season versus the Shock. So it's been a damn long time for the Seoul Dynasty. Prophet knows all too well what it's like to be a champion, but boy, has it been so long since he's been an actual champion.
That it has been, and again, he's not there yet, but he is so very close to being able to achieve it. And we'll find out in just a little bit, obviously, whether or not he's going to be able to make that a possibility, whether or not the Dynasty can continue to best the Fusion, or if the Fusion will continue on with this hot streak. They looked fantastic yesterday versus the Dragons. Were able to take that cleanly with a 3-0. So, it's very much up in the air how much prep have they been able to do for this series, because I think that typically a lot of times while you're the team waiting in the grand finals, you do have a decent idea who you're going to be facing, who your opponent's going to be, and you can do a bit of prep for them. I think this one was very much up in the air. I think the Fusion were absolutely, scratching their heads this whole series throughout, wondering who they were going to have to play against. Obviously, they still had the advantage in, near 24 hours, being able to get some prep done for both of the teams. Now it's time to really focus in and make sure that they are ready for the Dynasty. I do want to say, for the sake of the Shanghai Dragons, though, these guys have been playing under incredible circumstances. We don't even know the full extent of what they have kind of been going through, what with the season delay, the lockdown over in Shanghai and whatnot. And I think that for them to be able to play as good as well as they did, to take this all the way, give it their all, push it to a map 5, it just speaks incredibly to how well these guys play together as a team, and how much I'm looking forward to seeing them continue moving on as things get opened up a little bit more. So hopefully we can have them back on cam soon enough. Hopefully they'll be playing in a bit more stable conditions moving forward. But yeah, it just shows you how much of a powerhouse the Shanghai Dragons can be, even when they're not operating under the best of conditions.
And I don't want to start making it sound like I'm making excuses for the Shanghai Dragons, but it's one of those things where you do have to be aware of the context. You do have to be aware of the circumstance they were playing under. They're on, I believe, what is a single 200 Mbps connection in their facility. They literally have to turn off all devices when they play. They can't even have cams on. That's why they've not played with cams the entire season so far. They can't get the rest of their internet installed until the lockdown ends in Shanghai, and it's about to end, so things are looking up for the Shanghai Dragons, certainly in the season as well. I mean, remember, this is a team that doesn't fire up. Even last season when they started winning, they didn't win the May Melee. They didn't start really coming through until, I would say, June Joust onwards, after beating Dallas in that final, and then they started dominating with the Sombra ball compositions. Summer Showdown was amazing for them. That was APAC dominance. hell yes, go APAC. But at the same time, I mean, yeah, Shanghai took a while to get started. They were great for a while, but they didn't become amazing and unstoppable and invincible until we get towards the later part of the season. So Shanghai still have room to improve, still have room to grow. They are still the defending champions for a reason, and their personal circumstances over in Shanghai will also improve as time moves on as well. As, you know, they were also, I think, delayed in scrims. They were the last team, and I know because I was there in the Alpha, Shanghai were the last team to begin scrims in the Alpha because they had to wait through quarantines and all sorts of stuff as well. So a lot they had to work through, and it's amazing they've been this good so far. Just credit to Shanghai Dragons for giving us really great games to look over.
Yeah, for sure. And just to go ahead and reaffirm, we're not making excuses, you know, for the loss here. The Dynasty Axe absolutely did earn that win. They popped off Profit in particular, just looking incredible and putting an end to one of the things that I know was going on in the chat. I don't even have to read it, chat. I just can read your minds. I know how you think of, you know, who are you? It's the sub in Fleta because Fleta's winning all these maps. Well, he came in on the last one and they didn't get the victory there. So that put an end to that whole conversation. Who are you? It's not the problem. So you can go ahead and let them off the hook. But guys, that's enough from us.
Who are you? He's been amazing so far this season.
He has been.
Anyway,
exactly. How could you possibly even come to that conclusion? But there you go. That's just chat. Some of chat for you at times. But enough from us for now. We're going to take a little bit of an extended break as the teams get ready to kick off this best of 7 grand finals, and we'll see who will be the Kickoff Clash champions. So don't go anywhere, guys. The action will return. And we are back. The time is upon us now to get into the Kickoff Clash Grand Final. A best of 7 between the my God, I'm already just like getting overheated
Seoul
here. I
Philly.
can't even think
Let's go.
straight. Yeah, it's just going to be the Seoul Dynasty going up against the Philadelphia Fusion. These teams have clashed before. Dynasty has had the upper hand, but Fusion have been looking great as of late. They got an absolutely dominant win just yesterday, and they've been waiting with bated breath, much like ourselves, to get into the series to figure out who their opponent's going to be. Now they know who it is. Prophet just came off the back of a damn near inaugural season grand finals clutch performance like we've seen from him in the past. He just pulls that off there on Ilios, this time to earn a spot to play against the Fusion rather than against the Fusion itself. We'll see if he still has gas in the tank, though, because that had to be a lot of energy exerted from him, from the rest of the team to make it this far.
Absolutely. I mean, playoffs Prophet is certainly here, but get ready for finals Prophet because it's been a while since we've seen Prophet in that sort of stage. Grand finals MVP in our inaugural season. That level of play, as you described, that's exactly what I saw. When you have the game slipping out of your hands, that iron grip from Prophet keeps them in and gets them into the finals. And I cannot wait because you know what, Seth? This is a must-win for one of these two teams. What I mean by that is both of our franchises between Seoul and Philadelphia Fusion have never won a title within the Overwatch League over the span of 5 years. Somebody has to take it all tonight.
And somebody will. I mean, will it be the Dynasty continuing on a tear, through the lower bracket, now into the grand final? Can they get that win? Can they once again best the Fusion? Look at the Fusion, temper them a little bit, pump the brakes, slow them down, and get the victory over them. Because, whichever way you want to cut it, we got the Spaghetti Bowl here. You've got Prophet up against the Fusion once again in a final. Who is going to be victorious? I don't know. I don't care, for that matter. I'm just excited to be able to watch it, to be able to commentate it. I'm completely unbiased in this. I just know that this is going to be an incredible final, and I cannot wait to start things. The players are getting ready. They're jumping up into the lobby, and pretty soon we'll be able to know where we're starting, what map is it going to be, how things are going to look, what are the starting rosters going to look like, though I think that's pretty predictable, at least for the Dynasty's sake. And I think we can kind of anticipate that Carpe is going to be starting there for the side of the Fusion as well. But all of those questions will be answered in just a few minutes.
I mean, the fervent leader of the Philadelphia Fusion, Carpe, he wouldn't miss it for the world. He's been waiting his entire career for this moment. 4 other times they made it to the finals. They couldn't quite get it done, and they finally will get back into the finals. You know that Carpe needs this win. He wants this win. It's been the thing that has basically eluded him this entire thing, his entire career, right? People always say, look, Carpe, can he be one of the greatest of all times? I guess he is one of the best players of all time, but he doesn't have any titles, no victories, no chips, nothing to work with. But now it could be the time for change. Backed by a star-studded rookie lineup, this is the best Philly have looked in quite some time. Last year, didn't even make it to a finals. This year, they bested the Shanghai Dragons. They bested most of the teams they came up against, had a bit of a rough patch in, I would say, their final week, but things are looking so good for this team. And I mean, Seoul Dynasty as well, off the back of what we just saw versus Shanghai, they also defeated their demons. Both teams had to beat Shanghai to get here.
Well, as we get ready to take a look at our starting rosters at the starting map and kick off this grand final, let's go ahead and hone in on our squads. First and foremost, let's take a look at the Seoul Dynasty. It just gets better and better for the Seoul Dynasty.
Smurf just playing out of his mind. Here we go again. It's the Smurf show.
They're an absolutely terrifying team.
It's a lot more playoff profit than anything else, and that should scare anyone going up against Dynasty.
him so many times before. If he just lands this one, wow, that's a bit of gone.
Fitz gonna drop the Dragon Strike, and takes down 3! The Dragon is massive from Fitz.
The clutch factor from the Seoul Dynasty is just incredible, honestly.
And here are our starting 5 for the Seoul Dynasty. It's exactly what we just saw. There's no reason to make any changes. We know that, yeah, there's a substitution that they can bring in. We've seen them once, but there's no reason to bust them out when you've got Prophet and Fitz operating like the duo that we have come to expect. These guys have been on top of their game. Prophet especially going absolutely nuclear in that previous set. See if Fitz can level up his performance as well.
2020 May Melee. 2020 playoffs as well for the entire season. And now in 2022, it's time for the kick-off clash. Vindame's banner behind him might have fallen over, but didn't fall over as hard as Dragons did in that last matchup. Seoul Dynasty, they're ready, they're geared, they're finally back into a finals. Prophet, he's waiting for that next chip on his, next knock on his belt, I guess. Next notch on his belt, rather, I should say.
That he is, but they have a tough opponent ahead of them. Let's go ahead and take a closer look at their opponents on the opposite side of the digital arena. It is, of course, the Philadelphia Fusion.
I just think Philadelphia Fusion are on another level right now. And you can really tell in the way they're playing the game.
Masterclass by the damage dealers of the Philadelphia Fusion.
Carpe has the recon sight in over the top. Toby's down. Carpe needs a little bit more. No, he does! Gets another pick off. Looking, mono, Carpe again! Carpe's just doing whatever he wants. This is a very, very winnable fight. Now they move towards Eden! Fury gobbles it up in the moment!
Here we can see a replay from Imgod contributing. Oh, a ridiculous EMP cancel there.
Everything is just coming together for the Philadelphia Fusion.
The Fusion just locking it down.
I think Philly they were tremendous.
And here they are, Carpe, the veteran on the squad, going to be leading the charge alongside Aimgod, of course, who's been in the scene for quite some time. But they are flanked by their rookies, Zest, Belosria, and Fixa, all who in their own right have looked utterly incredible here in the APAC region.
Absolutely. You look at this team, finally back in the final themselves as well. Like I said, somebody's got to win it tonight. 2018 Stage 2, 2018 Season Playoffs, 2020 Summer Showdown, 2020 Countdown Cup, and 2022 finally the Kickoff Clash as well. For both teams, last finals appearance was in 2020. It has been so long for everybody. Carpe looking for his first ever ring, first ever chip. Rookies flanking him, superstars all around. Seoul Dynasty, many veterans. Vindame, new to the scene. Stalker, played one game so far, but he'll be happy to support his team. Smurf, two-time champion on this roster as well. Seoul, they have the players, they have the mechanics, they have the legacy. Fusion, they're building their legacy starting today.
We'll see if they can get it done. Carpe, like you said, looking for that first tournament victory. As we'll see if today can be the day. They might have a very long road ahead of them, a best of 7. If it goes the distance, which I sure as hell hope it does, it can be exhausting. It is no longer a sprint. It's not a 3-0. Yeah. It is a marathon. And you can be damn sure that no one is going to be walking away with this one for free. If it comes down to somehow a team sweeping here, I will be absolutely flabbergasted at the level of play that will have been needed to pull off that achievement. So we'll see if anyone can get it done. But I'm thinking that this one very well could go the distance.
I mean, this is the spaghetti bowl, right? Except, as I've said at the start of the season, it's the MasterChef edition. No longer is this a meme.
Yeah.
Last year, it was a bit of a meme. This time around, it is legitimately the best two teams. 6-4, the all-time record. Seoul leading 6, Philadelphia on the 4 side. 2 matches separate these two teams. 10 overall games played. And by the way, Eastern Division play-ins last year was this exact match. Philly won 3-1 to get them into the season playoffs. And now they face up again in the most important match of the season so far in the Eastern Division. Maps have been set. It is Lijiang Tower. Fusion have chosen this one, and look at it. It is going to be all 7. Let's hope it is. I want to go all the way.
Yeah, I mean, we start on Lijiang Tower, then we'll move into hybrid, escort, push, control, escort, push. We'll see if we can make it that far. My fingers, my toes, everything that I can cross is crossed right now that we can go that far. But for now, we'll go ahead and zone in on Control Center. And we'll have
Get
a
ready,
pause.
folks. bit of a pause to start things out with. I mean, hey, just get the anticipation up. I mean, this is what we've been waiting for. This is what all the fans have been waiting for. If you've been a Seoul fan this entire time, your roster was built for success. Off the backs of Lunatic High, all the way back in Season 1, pre-season, you had Yu Jae Hong, you had Miro, you had Toby. You got Toby back. And off the back of Toby, you've made a finals. Now you've got a star-studded lineup. Is it your turn? 3 finals appearances, of this one being your 3rd. Fusion, on the other hand, 5 finals. This is your 5th one. You've had the taste of victory so close before. From the EQO clutch, the 3-4 result versus Paris that you nearly had, 2-4 versus the Shockers 1 Countdown Cup. You've been to a season final, so have Seoul Dynasty. The pain ends for one of our franchises tonight. Somebody has got to win. Winner takes all.
That they do. We'll see who is going to be victorious, who's going to be holding their heads high at the end of this all, and who is going to be waiting for the next tournament cycle to try to then be able to take home a championship win. The countdown has begun. They're going back into the game, so enough little teasing. It is time to go ahead and get a taste of these 2 squads as they get ready to square off against each other. Control Center again to begin.
Ilios, you better get a taste, because I'll tell you what, guys. The sauce is prepped. The pasta is boiling. Dinner is now open for service. And you, my friends, have ringside seats for this title bout. I don't care if you're just waking up in Philly or going to bed in Seoul. It's time to get wild and kick off this clash in style. Ilios, map number 1 of the Eastern Division Finals here. Lijiang Tower. Let's get into it.
And here we go. The gates are going to open. We'll take a look, and it's going to be Smurf coming back through with the Reinhardt Prophet on the May once more. Soldier Genji out for the side of the Philly Fusion. And Creative as well, sticking for a moment with that Baptiste, but it seems like they're going to see the comp, and they decide to swap it up wholesale.
Yep, the Balusteria Doom is there. We saw this versus Shanghai yesterday. The Doom was the counter to the Ryan coming on in, and Smurf saying none of that. We are going to go straight towards the Zarya. We will not fall prey to the Doom. The one thing that they are not doing, they being Seoul, is there is no Reaper to punish this Doom. Carpe with first blood.
Yep, hungry for that ring. Gets first blood. Creative going to be taken down. Says popping that deflect, and Carpe finds another. Smurf is well going to be eliminated the dash forward, looking to get the punish there on a Prophet. He will manage to make his way out to safety, but the cap is first and foremost going to be coming through for the side of the Philly Fusion.
That's Philly Fusion as well, maintaining control. They didn't have to go back to spawn to change the composition at all. So, superior positioning here. How long can they keep this Doom going, though? Not the best matchup for the Doom, but again, no Reaper on the opposite side to punish. Zest, no bubbles to work through. He has to rely on Bellisry to make space as he would on the Winston. Zest versus Prophet, the 2 biggest carries on either team.
Carpe taking quite a bit of damage there. Side-trick slam forward, just going to be absorbed by the bubble out from Smurf. As they start getting some position here on the point. Vinham going to be taking a nap. Can they collapse on top of the enemy Lucio? They absolutely can. It's actually going to be AimGod who lobs that nade in from a distance, gets the final tag to get rid of the enemy Lucio. Bellisria, however, will be traded out. Flip not yet there for the side of the Dynasty, but they are certainly looking for it as Smurf continues to play up front and build up that energy. Looks for Zest. They'll force him off the point, and that should be the flip coming through, but last second, there's going to be the contest. The Nano now coming out. Carpe pushing around the corner, finds Spit, stops him from getting that health pack, takes him out of the fight. He'll have that attack visor should he find it necessary, and Prophet is not going to get much value there with that pulse bomb lobbed in. Doesn't get a target, doesn't get a kill, doesn't find too much damage either, but the Dynasty have bought enough space to go ahead and open up the point. They get the flip, they take control away from the Fusion. They find themselves at 54%. We'll see if they can retake quickly.
Trying to cap this one, or rather trying to catch up in cap so far. The Bellisria putting the pressure on, so plenty of ultimates to play through. The Blade available as well, but it's going to be the visor from Carpe first.
Opens it up, he's looking for some targets there. Smurf going to be taking the lion's share of that damage, but absorbs quite a bit of it with the bubbles. Sound barrier going to be dropped by Fixa. Meteor strike out from Bellisria, takes it out to safety, drops down, now comes in, dives forward, and ends up being snatched up by the grab from Smurf. They had him anti out, they thought they could get the elimination, but they cannot. Instead, it's going to be 4 quick kills, now looking for the 5th. There it is, coming through for the side of the Dynasty. They will hold the point. They're catching up now as far as that percentage is concerned.
And now that we've finally gotten past that Doomfist as well, Bellisria going back towards the Winston. He didn't want to have to play Doomfist, but he was correct in the read upon the fact that Smurf was probably going to come out on the Rhine. This is going to be a much better matchup for Bellisria. Double grab kills from Smurf as well. Fixer already used the sound barrier earlier, so could not save the team from the grab. Vindame still has that sound barrier available for Zest.
Fitz going to be taking a nap. Put quite a bit of damage down onto him. The bubbles out from Smurf. Keep him protected. Allow him to escape. In the lead now by 10% is the side of the Dynasty. The Blade at the ready here from Zest. The Nano nearly there to couple with it. See if they can break open the point, but Carpe instead takes it into his own hands. The Helix Rocket connects on the Prophet. They get rid of the enemy Tracer. Nano going to be used on the Smurf. He charges forward, high energy on the Zarya, at least mid-range energy here on the Zarya, as he will force them back. The loss of Aim God going to be a bit too much for them to deal with, and now with Fixa out of the fight as well, the Fusion have to reset, and they are running out of time.
The problem is they didn't nanoblade there, right? So Vindame still holds the sound barrier. We're going to get into final fight territory. They would have loved to have forced the sound barrier out of Vindame already, but he'll have it still. So this is going to have to be the nanoblade, but can it find any value? Prophet has a pulse as well, and we know how good he's been on that so far. Maybe not on this map, but certainly the previous series. Is going to miss. That's a positive for Fusion.
Doesn't get that connection. Now the Blade's going to be pulled instantly. The deflect has to be used, and Zest pulls back over towards the point, plays in with the rest of the squad. A couple swipes forward there on a Prophet, gets rid of the shielding from the sound barrier, but otherwise this is about a kill. Bellisria nanoed up, leaps in, manages to find creative, doubles down, gets a second kill. Now on the Fitz. Is that going to be good enough? It's at least good enough for them to get the flip. They will go ahead and surrender control over due to the Dynasty. Fusion now in control, but they still have 40% to gain if they want to win this round.
A brilliant comeback there as well. Just the fact that, okay, we pull out the Nano Blade, the pullback from Seoul Dynasty in return with the sound barrier being used by Vindame. Now we're back to mostly a neutral ground, but Fitz does have a vice advantage. Small over Carpe. Carpe can catch up, but he needs time. It's the grab that could be the difference maker. Fixer doesn't quite have the sound barrier available just yet.
Counter cap getting ready to come through. Bellisria going to be antied up at the moment, and he connects the Primal. Prophet manages to find the elimination. He thought he was going to be able to safely escape. Now the flip is back into control of the Dynasty with the overtime bleeding away. Zest touches, gets the contest there, but there is the elimination. Grab going to be used, catches Fixa, and that will be the closeout on the round. They let him get close, but not too close. Dynasty close at 185%.
You can see that both teams are looking to dive each other's back lines, or at least put a pressure onto the cores of each side, but it ends up being Bellisria that falls, does not primal. Could have just primaled in the backline while he was there, decided to jump backwards, jump away towards his own team, doesn't pop the primal. Fixer also dies at 95% towards the sound barrier, so could not save himself or the team during the grab, and it ends up being a couple of kills coming in. Smurf grab off the point, stop the Fusion from touching at all. A very close opening round to get us going in this Kickoff Clash finals here at Ilios, but we are now moving into what seems to be Night Market. So we're past Control Center, another opportunity for the Rhine, and this time Fusion do not read it. It would have to be Bellisria going back to spawn almost immediately to find that Doom to get that counter.
Yeah, instead, Dynasty just gaining the position on the point, just going ahead, occupying that as the swaps do come through, so a bit of a reversal this time around, as the Fusion have to make the replying swaps. Pushing on the corner, Fix, taking quite a bit of damage there. The point now unlocking. We'll see if they can contest this, or if it's just going to be a cap given over for free. So far, no one really making their way far enough forward. They're just trying to get people into position. You saw Aim God there trying to move up into a flank spot. Can't manage to make it, though. Zest going to be forced off the side of the map there for a moment. He's got the dash. He's going to be safe. TP in, Carpe looking for some damage, looking for a target as Zest is falling lower and lower. Bellisria going to be taking a nap, but yet again the dash is going to be there. Genji gets back on a solid ground, but Vindame chases, finds the elimination. Now he's looking for another one with the help of Fitz. They will take down Fixa. There's no way in hell that Vindame is getting back up. Ends up sailing off the side of the map, but with the kill onto Aim God, the supports are gone, and it has to be a reset here from Fusion.
And I have to say as well, Fusion were in position to go for the touch. I expected maybe Bellisria just to dive on in, but the touch does not end up happening, so it's 30% plus for the Seoul Dynasty now. I also have to credit the fact that Seoul's read in this matchup as well is to not play the BAP for creative. They have to play the Ana here because the Ana is a great counter to the Doom, whereas the BAP does nothing versus the Doom. So that is a really nice adaptation coming through from Seoul to get ready for the Doom.
Wall coming up, Prophet looking to cut off half of the positioning here from the side of the Fusion. Bellisria now going to be antied out, slept a moment beforehand, and makes it around the corner with the snipe intact. He's going to put up the arms, try to stay safe, but even with the reduced damage taken, it's not going to be enough to save him. Prophet continues to chase forward, getting these right clicks woven in, and now is going to be 25% away from the Blizzard.
This is the kind of thing with the Ryan comps as well, right? You're playing this brawl. If you win the opening couple of fights, or at least just one fight, you start snowballing unbelievably out of control. The ultimates on this comp are so good. I mean, everything's just amazing, right? The Blizzard team are coming up online pretty soon. Nano should be able to save Smurf. He's in trouble. Creative holds.
Carpe coming out of that Wraith form, but there's the visor. Yep. And oh dear, yeah, Vinham receiving the nano boost. Didn't quite see how that one went down, but it doesn't matter. They're still going to be able to win the fight quite handedly. And now at 99% or 90%, this very well could just be the end of it. 3 members now waiting to try to respawn. Fix are going to have to try to go for the touch. He's starting to work his way over towards the point. Gets booped away for just a moment. Needs to get himself in through the window. They manage to get the touch. Carpe tagging the point now. Overtime starting to bleed down. They don't have enough room to get in. Nice wall. Cutting them off now. Carpe going to be eliminated. It looks like one after the other. They may just end up dropping. The Blizzard cuts off the front of the point. They get the freeze here onto Aim God. The Fire Strike will finish him off. The Nano not going to be able to see the light of day. The sound barrier might be there, but so is the shatter. Puts Belostria down to the ground. He has his work cut out for them. They need Zest. They need him to be healed up. They need him to pull a blade and pull off an absolute miracle. But Prophet finds Fixa. The right-click headshot goes through. Gets rid of the enemy Lucio. Aim God waddling his way back as quickly as he possibly can. Belostria narrowly makes it in once more. Now Zest has arrived. The blade is there. The Nano's out. He finds Creative. Is that going to be enough, though? Slicing and dicing. He's trying to cut his way through the Reinhardt. He will eventually find Smurf, but they still need to contest this point. Prophet is there. He's in the ice block. Fit's going to be antied out. Ends up going down. Prophet trying to buy some time as they try to hound down Vinham as well. Vinham will kill off Aim God, and just like that, the blade helps them clutch it out. The Fusion are not done yet. They get themselves on the board.
My God, the final touch coming in from Belostria to keep it alive. The ice wall nearly stopped them. Carpe as well in there waiting for Zest. EQO might not be on his team right now. He might not be on the Fusion, but the soul of the Genji Blade Clutch still lives within the Fusion indeed. What an amazing comeback coming through from the Fusion, but also the Seoul Dynasty used their Blizzard so aggressively off the point. They could have just Blizzarded the point itself. That might come to cost Prophet a little bit later on. Still 99-27. Still the lead. Nano coming back on life and creative. Would like to not see that on Vindame again.
Once more the point going to be capped. The OT will start bleeding away. They at least get a reset on that timer. Carpe trying to dive in deep. Has this pulse pump at the ready, but he's going to be antied out. The recall was already used. Him got it. Carpe Fixa now gone, and that is going to be it. Zest this time. I don't think he can pull a rabbit out of a hat. He'll dash forward, but the beam is there from Smurf. The damage from Prophet. They will get the elimination. It'll take them a little bit longer. They only get up to 30% though. Seoul Dynasty will take the first map of Lijiang Tower, with the second round being 100% to 30. They kick things off with a map win.
Almost a brilliant comeback there from the Fusion. Kept things alive, but Mountain was too high to climb for them, unfortunately. Seoul Dynasty, massive lead, comeback, one more fight. Smurf on the Zarya as well. Brilliant neutral play. Still though, decent showing from Fusion strategically as well, understanding the matchups. Unfortunately, they were not prepared for the second round of the Smurf Ryan coming on through. They were expecting, okay, maybe Smurf will honor the Winston duel. Nope. Seems like Lijiang is now just a full Ryan map. Gladiators did it first. Lijiang also was in Shanghai's hands for the triple Ryan. It didn't work out for Shanghai. Philly were ready for it, but unfortunately, Seoul Dynasty, that much better in this particular matchup, at least in the first map.
Well, it's a solid start here for the side of the Dynasty. Fusion, though, now have their map pick. We'll see where they decide to take us for hybrid. I have my thoughts that it's certainly not going to be Midtown, but we'll find out what it's going to be when we come back from the break, so don't go anywhere, guys, as Grand Finals continues in just a few minutes. And we are back in just one map into this best-of-7 grand finals between the Seoul Dynasty and the Philadelphia Fusion. Dynasty able to draw first blood. They take Lijiang Tower to 0. Fusion now have their map pick as we get ready to go into Hybrid, and as I mentioned, it's not going to be Midtown, it's going to be Eichenwald, in fact, where just yesterday, I do believe, they were able to best the Shanghai Dragons on this map. So we'll see how well they look, and whether or not the Dynasty are going to be able to take a stretch lead, or if it all gets tied up 1-1.
I gotta say, it's really, really 900 IQ by the Fusion to lose map 1 to guarantee.
I was thinking about making this joke.
that the second map was guaranteed to not then be Midtown, because if they get to pick the second map, then they can't. They're not going to pick Midtown. So I think that's pretty smart by the Fusion, right? Just purposely lose the first map, guarantee no Midtown. Yeah, it's brilliant. And then from here on out, we'll see what happens. But no, realistically speaking, though, Seoul played that matchup so well. I mean, they kind of the second round in particular, the fact that I don't even know if I would call it a misread from the Fusion, but Dynasty just making the gamble to say, let's do the Ryan again. See if Fusion are prepared. Fusion with the late swap costing them the early cap, allowing Seoul Dynasty to get so much extra progress. I mean, helped them a lot. It really helped them a lot. And by the way, this is the only hybrid in this entire 7-map pool. And even if we do go to 8 maps, if there's a draw, it's not going to be hybrid. So, yeah, officially, we are out of Midtown territory. Fusion, you can breathe a sigh of relief.
Yep, and we can go back to not discussing the Midtown incident. We go focus in now on good old Eichenwald.
I will never live it down. I will never let it go.
I think that they would rather forget, though. But we'll see what happens here. That's just going to go off the side of the map with the Junkrat, but that's fine. He's got plenty of time. Make his real selection. Just entertaining the fans a little bit,
Attackers incoming in 30 seconds.
See if there's anything interesting here so far. Prophet's like, I'll do it too. And he'll do it in spawn, I guess. As standard Belos Ria, Winston into Zest Genji. Yeah, normal stuff coming through. No Fury just yet, by the way. I think Eichenwald as a map choice, we're forcing more of a Winston-styled map rather than something where Zarya would have a lot of success on a flag ground. You could definitely still play the Zarya here, but with B being how it is with a high ground, low ground play, definitely a good map for the Winstons. I think Smurf is also happy with that.
Okay, oh, nice deflect there from Zest. Saying, yeah, none of that Widow open shot nonsense here. Sends it back to the spawn room, swap over to the Soldier. Now we'll have the mirrored compositions as they get moved forward. And it's not a very forward position here for the Fusion. They're actually playing quite far back. A lot of damage there onto Zest. A lot of damage onto Smurf as well. MN3, however, going to be taken out of the fight. Fits with the Helix Rockets, finds the connection. There's a big window of opportunity now as the DPS have been broken down. Wrapping around the backhand side. Oh, it's just like Christmas for a Winston player. You swing into the side room, you say, oh look, it's both the supports. The cleanup will come through. Fix it will send Kratos off the side of the map at his dying breath, but that will be the cap coming in onto point A, and a massive time bank established for the side of the Dynasty, 5 minutes and 40 seconds.
Creative should get the forward spawn here as well, the good spawn to instantly get back onto the payload. Fitz had a 4K there, was looking for the A stolen by Prophet, that's fine. 4 will be enough. We'll get him plenty of ult charge. Definitely ahead of MN3, who was the first play picked up. Credit to Creative for landing that sleep tunnel. We talked about Creative as the Ana player for the Seoul Dynasty. Always fantastic sleep darts. And that's what's going to open the door here. Strangely, though, despite losing the fight, AimGod and Creative still pretty neck and neck as far as the nano boost go.
Very true. Just a couple percent separating them. Bell's really going to be slept as he hits the low ground. Smurf instead trying to occupy himself with the high ground, but he'll also be taking a nap. Here's a skin idea, Avro. What do you think about this? Pajama Party Winston. When he gets slept in midair, he lands and he's got a little pillow. He's got a little pillow and he's just like taking a little nap there.
What is the I think, and on the pajama, the pattern is like the monkey face emote, but with the Winton thing. I don't know. Is that too memey? Is that taking it too far? Or is that just perfect? Who knows? Who's to say?
I think it's just perfect. And I think when he ults, he's got pillows on his hands. It's like you're having a pillow fight, and he's just smacking everybody around with pillows. Jesus. This is $1 million idea, Overwatch League. I'll expect my, or Overwatch, I'll expect my check eventually when that skin gets made.
Mid-season Manda skin. There you go.
Hey, maybe. Creative in the meantime, though, going to be taken down, but Fitz trades it back. Helix Rockets once more finding their target of MN3 in the cart. For the most part, has been proceeding forward without much competition. Has not really been slowed up too much here. And the ults, very much getting stacked up for either side. 5 currently for the side of the Dynasty. Zest, the only one not having
push
it
for Seoul
at the ready. It has been a very free push. Now the ante goes out on 2, and Smurf, that is his target, gets onto Aim God, finds the elimination, fixes it just a little bit too late there with the sound barrier. Cannot keep his cohort support in the fight. And 3 going to be taken down as well, and Dynasty can just continue to push forward. The cart is still moving unhindered, by the way.
Yeah. I mean, Smurf has just been a god so far. He made such good use of the Primal. He bounces Aim God around, juggles him, prevents him from receiving the sound barrier. And where's the touch? Ballasria missed the jump. MN3 still gets her in time.
They managed to get there in time, and now it's going to be an Nanovisor waiting for them with Fitz. I mean, just shielded up. Mows down 2. There's the DPS eliminated. Zest not going to be given the opportunity to use that blade here on this point, it would seem. Ballasria taking a nap. He's within contest range, so the cart does not glide through yet, but as they clean up the enemy Winston, they will keep it going. Now breaking through into the castle with 4.5 minutes plus in the time bank. Aim God going to get staggered as well. He just cannot make his exit.
No, I mean, Smurf will go down sleeping, but at least he's still alive at the moment. What a weird scenario for Fusion to be in on B. I mean, they had come up to 5 ultimates themselves, never really forced ultimates. They'll at least kill Prophet. That'll slow down Seoul Dynasty. But still over 4 minutes. I mean, we're expecting a good time bank here. Ballasria missing his jump, by the way, to contest on B. Probably had cost him the final engage, but to be honest with you, Fusion shouldn't have been letting Seoul free push that entire time anyway.
Prophet just going to be coming back in here with the rest of the squad, looking for a target for that pulse bomb. Saw a couple whiffs from him, trying to get those sticks on Lijiang Tower. Not that it mattered too much for the team in the grand scheme of things. Murph getting jumped on, falling low. Blade to the back, Zest hounded down as they find the DPS yet again. MN3 and Zest both eliminated. The stick goes through. He gets Ballasria though. Doesn't lead to a kill, but Creative will find Aim God all the same. Ballasria narrowly makes it back into the spawn room doors to keep himself alive and look for the reset. The cart in the meantime rounding the final corner, still with 3.5 minutes left to go. Smurf, the Primal online, the Nano about to be there for Creative, and Fitz is not far off from a visor either.
What an insane pulse bomb. I mean, it wasn't even intended for Ballasria, but Ballasria catches on his way out. Now he's dead. Fitz is popping off with the Nano. He doesn't even have the visor yet. He might not have to use it.
He almost gets Aim God. Now the visor comes through. MN3 going to be the recipient, but he instantly gets melted down. The cleanup comes through, and it is a massive time bank here. I think by far the best that we have seen on Eichenwald for a finish. 3 minutes and 10 seconds in 2022 in my Overwatch League. Did I say yes? Yes, it is. They get the completion here on the map, and the Fusion have their work cut out for them.
And there's a concept strategically in this game, and that is that you cannot allow your opponents to get away with objective or a win or any sort of small victory without having to pay for it. And what we saw on B, I'm going to have to go back to that point again because that was a difference maker for me. We can talk about the fact that A was a roll, unfortunate, but it is a neutral. Sometimes the neutral happens that way. Somebody gets slept, somebody gets picked. The 5v4 into 5v3 advantage is too much, but what about B? Both teams had ultimates. Seoul are happy just to free push. Fusion, no contest. It took until the final fight on B for ultimates to start to get used properly. And Fusion had to run their soldier player to touch, and he's instantly going to get killed if he has to be the one to touch. Again, Ballasria, no touch there. Himself missing the jump through the window. It happens. It's unfortunate. Philadelphia Fusion as well, having to defend up against a 4-minute 30 time bank on C. It's just too hard. And then Seoul Dynasty coming up into Ultimate, Smurf on Primal, Nano Visor, everything's still there. Seoul Dynasty in incredible finals form. They're looking unbelievably warmed up. I don't know if it's that Shanghai game that did it to him, but I guess if it takes you 5 maps to beat Shanghai in the manner in which you had to do it, you better be warm. You better be fired up.
Yeah. Like I said, is there going to be gas in the tank still? It seems like, yeah, there is. Maybe they're in an electric vehicle and they had enough time to recharge. I don't know. Enough about that anyway. The dive starting to come through from the side of the Fusion. So we have the Tracers off the rip. Ballasria going to be anteed out for the second time so far here on this attack, and this time they will be able to get the elimination. Ballasria out of the fight. That's Fusion gathered up now in the side room with Prophet, hammering them with those pulse pistols, just looking to build up towards that pulse bomb.
It's Creative again, you know, opening up the fight for the Seoul Dynasty, this time on the defense. Bionade collecting the kill to Ballasria. Prophet just knows how to play towards his limits, collecting a lot of ult charge. Still alive currently. Looking for that pulse bomb. Zest trying to match. That's actually a kill to Fitz. So 5v4 this time for Fusion.
Yep, they managed to segregate Fitz away from the rest of the team. Bionade in response will force them back for the time being. That does help keep Smurf alive for this recontest, but the first tick going to be snatched up here by the Fusion. The progress that they can get is going to be very much welcomed See though, Prophet moving forward, going for the last second contest. Will touch in onto the point. Bit of damage going his way, still holds onto the recall. The rest of the team now coming through. Belzria going to be taking a nap as Creative manages to get the sleep. Pulse Bomb not going to find the elimination, but it might not matter because Aim God's still going to be taken down by Prophet with a Pulse Pistol.
Oh!
But there's the stick,
What?
and Zest, he will answer back in a major way. Creative and Prophet both now going to be out of the fight. As Fixa got rid of the enemy Soldier 76 as well. Vendheim, so low HP, cannot escape. Smurf will be the last one getting cleaned up here.
Wow.
Cleaned up here as he fishes for a little bit of extra primal charge, but man, Zest went off on this attack.
Zest don't care nothing about any other rookie. He wants that Rookie of the Year award indeed. How many kills was that? Nearly like 4 frags or something like it. I believe he even stole the mini health pack away from Vendheim as well to secure the kill. A Pulse Bomb stick on the Prophet. How do you do that? How do you stick another Tracer? That was incredible. Coming through from Zest, the young rookie for Fusion. Gives them the opportunity to save the fight when it was looking so dire. Talk about Prophet clutching. That was a Zest clutch.
All right, Zest, you know, as a rookie, he's been watching Prophet for many a year, just like we have, and I'm sure that when you share a similar hero pool as the GOAT himself, you pick up a thing or two when you're studying the tapes. And we have seen Zest go God mode, say, you know what, I don't want to lose. We saw that yesterday. We've seen that from him before. So far, we're seeing it from him here on the second bolt attack. Creative getting juggled around, throws out the Bionade, keeps himself alive, and he's like, oh, I don't usually get to play this position too often as an Ana. Adds himself up onto the high ground, and now can just go ahead and keep everybody topped up. For now, the cart going to be contested from above.
And they're bunkering up now. You'll see Vendheim there as well. Smurf hanging up. Okay, Fitz going down is not ideal. They have a lot of ultimates. Surely Soul can use something here. Nano to play with.
That it is, the dive in there from the Smurf, now going to be antied out, pops the Primal Rage, is going into the back lines, will finish off Aim God again, the beat a little bit too late there from Fixa to try to keep his co-support alive. Juggling MN3, he's trying to send him off the side of the map, has not managed to make it happen yet, but MN3's got nowhere left to go, ends up dying all the same. That is going to be the cart not moving forward, so while the time bank starts off nicely for the Fusion off that point A cap, they're not finding progress right now during these skirmishes.
Yeah, this is so much different to what Fusion had on their defense, right? Fusion were very passive, allowed a lot of free cart push here. Seoul Dynasty active, using ultimate straight away. They lose Fitz, doesn't matter. Nano Smurf, he's got a Primal. And again, like you sort of mentioned, the Primal onto Aim God. Fixer can't save Aim God. Ends up being a lost fight for Fusion. 3 minutes remaining, they only get 130 from capping. Fitz on a big point flank, what is this?
Yeah, hello. Okay, has to throw down the biofield, grab the mini pack, and that's going to be the visor expiring. In the meantime, M3, he gets an antidote up, and he just takes down Smurf. Now Prophet going to be dead as well. Bionade out onto 2. Zest will fall, create a find the elimination, but that's as good as it gets for them in this fight. One member lost, the team kill comes through. Fusion now opening up space to get this cart rolling.
Yeah, Fitz going for a very big gamble on the big flank. Unfortunately, doesn't go well for him. And the rest of the Seoul Dynasty gets shut down as well. A double kill for Aim God as we're pushing towards more ultimates. Balestria and MN3 coming up next, but it's Seoul that currently hold the cards. They have their own nano, they still have sound barrier, they can defend pretty comfortably on the sound barrier alone.
Sound barrier used aggressively as they take the fight over towards the side of the Fusion. The stick is there this time from Prophet. It's MN3, doesn't get any additional value, but as he chases forward with the help of the rest of the squad, they will be able to clean up the supports. Fitz in the meantime deals with Belastria, who does wisely hold on to the Primal Rage. Zest has to go for the reset as well. Ults are there, coming online now. The visor nearly online for MN3, so Fusion have some tools to work with.
At this rate, Philadelphia Fusion can no longer match the same time bank as Seoul Dynasty, although we were probably expecting that to be the case anyway. Goal for Fusion here is just a cap with anything. Ideally, above 1 minute, you wouldn't want to draw only scenario here. Zest still gets a kill.
Yep, doesn't get the Pulse Bomb stick this time on the Prophet, but still will be able to pistol him down. Smurf in a rough spot, but has the Primal Rage, and instantly MN3 evaporates. M-God as well, going to get dropped as Fitz was nanoed up, manages to find that elimination. Belastria, he's taking what feels like the 8th or 9th nap of this map, and he will be hounded down yet again, just not in a position to actually use that Primal to stay in the fight. They have to just go for a reset once more.
Yeah, they just lose too many here. I mean, Fixer's down as well. You could Primal, but what's the chance of actually winning? The unfortunate thing here with the Fusion is they have to retake some control on the actual castle as Payload starts moving backwards. It's still in an okay position, still on the bridge. Once it's off the bridge, that's when things get problematic. So good of Zest to keep the Payload still in action, and that will now allow Fusion to think about how they want to move across the map. Balastria on the high ground now. Smurf's traded places. Smurf's on the low ground. Fitz is in the Philly spawn.
Going for a flank. He's going for this flank once more. Now it's been sussed out though, and the Bionade connects. And this did not go to plan yet again. Fitz going to be picked off. It's a major boon now for the side of the Fusion as they turn their sights back over towards the cart. The rest of the members still looking to join in though. They sprint their way over, escorted by Fixa, giving him that speed boost, and Prophet going to get picked off. God just sniping him out. Pulse bomb held, Vinheim falling low, sliver of HP remaining for him. Zest dashes in, gets that kill, gets the pulse bomb stick, and this man once more says, nope, I don't want to lose. I want to get the point B cap, please. Fitz only able to find one. The cleanup is there, and that should basically be it. With Prophet dying, yes, they will get a little bit of a time bank bump up, but like you said, above a minute is really what they need.
I mean, thank the light of the 7 that only a pulse bomb was required for the Philly Fusion to cap. Fitz going on a flank twice in a row. Doesn't work. It gets punished. It's hard to explain what he's looking for. It's just greedy, you know. Maybe it could work out. If he gambles correctly and it works, fine. But losing it is just so poor. Pulse bomb from Prophet connects. He's just competing with Zest. Fusion still have a lot of other ultimates, so they can keep in this fight if they want to.
Yep, the fadeaway, and Prophet is just playing so very elusively. Now the Primal Rage will come through. He blinks over to the side. Belstria continuing to pursue, but trying to get rid of Prophet here is so very difficult. Zest, in the meantime, comes up with yet another crucial pick. Smurf going to be taken out. Fixa will find Prophet in the end. The cart once more moving as Fusion are 5.
They have to get a really good fight coming up because double creative and Vinheim supports are coming online. Smurf as well for the Primal. Belastria has already used this Primal, so can't use that to stay in the fight. Philadelphia Fusion have one good attack there, and they lose Aim God. They might have to reset, yeah, because you don't want to be pushing without your support. But we are heading into final fight. This is going to be the very last fight, and it has to be perfect for the Fusion. Unfortunately, though, Seoul have found the time to get 4 ults.
That they have. And Prophet, I mean, we've seen how quickly he can build up these pulses, so it's not that far off from being 5. Zest hounding him down, though, is looking to get that early elimination. Open up the card a little bit more here for his squad, but can't quite finish him off. They're looking for the overtime finish and then a play for a draw. We'll see if they can make it happen, or if the Dynasty will be able to successfully hold. Both teams have a plethora of tools to try to utilize. The pulse bomb at the ready. Zest playing forward. He's looking for creative. He's going to be anti. Takes the recall. Goes back up to 130. Fitz going to be taken down first and foremost. Now the attack visor comes in. The nano layered on top of it. Creative going to be out of the fight. Vinheim drops the beat. Shields up the rest of the squad as best as he possibly can. Prophet still alive, still in the fight. As Smurf tries to make his exit and successfully does so. But there's a pulse bomb waiting on either side. Smurf eventually does end up getting dropped. Fitz now exiting back through the spawn, just rejoins the fight, gets the nano visor, finds 2 instantly. He's looking for another one. The bubble comes down though and blocks his line of sight on a fix. He can't get the kill, but Prophet damn sure can.
Soul elimination
now. Belastria going to be taken down, and yes they do. Zest, despite his best efforts, his wants to win, cannot clutch this out. Seoul Dynasty will successfully hold at C, and they will move up 2-0 in this grand final.
My goodness, Zest versus the entire world nearly puts the team on his back again. It's 5 versus 3, and Seoul Dynasty just have to hold on for dear life. They're waiting for Fitz, waiting for Creative to come on back. Brilliant dive from Zest and also Belastria to get Creative down. Fitz, no idea how he dies, but Fitz is consistently somehow dead at the beginning of these fights. Twice, it was because he was going for a gamble flank. That time, just got outplayed. Don't know how else to explain it to you. But still, I mean, the fact that they survived long enough. Smurf is still there. The Primal helped out a lot. Sound Barrier helped out a lot. Then Fitz comes out. Nano Visor collects 2 kills. Doesn't die. Pops down the healing pad. That's what gets Seoul Dynasty the win at the end of the day. Although I do have to also say, if Philly had capped, it would have been a 0 versus 3+ minutes. Fusion could only play for a draw. They cannot win the map regardless, even if they would have capped.
Yeah, but obviously would much rather have the draw. Move forward with that, keep the score where it was, but they cannot make it happen. It's not going to occur. 2-0 lead now for the side of the Seoul Dynasty. They are halfway to being the Kickoff Clash champions. Once more, the Fusion will have their map pick for Escort. We'll see where they decide to take us when we come back from the break. Don't go anywhere, guys. Slim margins here, but the Fusion just not quite being able to find purchase yet. We'll see if they can get it done on Escort when we return from the break. And welcome back, guys. 2-0 the lead now for the Seoul Dynasty. It seems like the Tigers are hungry for a Grand Finals win. The Fusion need to put a stop to it, and they need to do it soon. So they're halfway to closing out this series. Best of 7, not much more room to work with here if you're on the Fusion, especially when you're losing on your map picks. Watch Point Gibraltar going to be the selection for Escort. We'll see if this is the difference maker.
And it really does say as well that, you know, it's belief in the diving factor. I think Zest and Bellisria have worked plenty well. We've seen examples of that, but on the other end, Smurf and Prof have been doing some, if not more, of the same. Zest probably back to Genji here. And I was going to say surprisingly good on the Tracer, but no. Even on T1, he was a phenomenal Tracer player in Contenders. Just hasn't had the time or the compositions or the opportunities to show much of that here. But the fact that he was, in some ways, outplaying Prophet, especially in the one-to-ones there, like the stick onto Prophet. He had a one-on-one kill as well at another point. Brilliant stuff. Both Prophet and Zest at the end of the day are doing humongous things for their team. But as an entire team, looking at all 5 players combined, Smurf was an absolute god on Eichenwalder. He was to not be beaten at all. Fantastic plays across the board. And Seoul Dynasty working as a team to get a 3-minute 30 time back. I mean, I think as soon as we see that, Achilles, we know it's going to be a rough map for the Philly Fusion, because that is one of the best, if not better, kind of time banks you can possibly get on Eichenwalder, considering how hard it is to finish it.
Yep. All of the maps so far have been rather difficult to get to the end of. And it was a very strong showing there from the Dynasty, clearly very much improving on their weak points. We saw them get held there at the very end, 0.05 meters by the Shanghai Dragons. They say, not again. Both of these teams, speaking of Shanghai Dragons, have bested that squad on Watch Point Gibraltar. We just got to see the Dynasty do it in our previous matchup. See how the Fusion fare now. Whether or not they've taken away a decent amount of knowledge after watching the Dynasty play that matchup.
And we didn't really get to see it all. I think we finished the map on B, right? So that's something to consider here as well. MN3, I think part of the reason you want to go to Gibraltar is the MN3 factor. We've seen him versus Lip yesterday. We'll see him versus Fitz now. And as we've mentioned in a previous broadcast, Dia from the Valiant considers MN3 to be the best Widowmaker player in this region. So there's a time for him to prove himself once more. Yeah, there's time for him to prove himself. It would be here, but he's going to get first blooded by Fitz, so that will be now Seoul taking command.
Good opening kill here from Fitz. The cart for now going to be contested in the underpass, just at the top of the ramp. As the dive comes in, Aim God going to be antied out. Prophet gets on top of him. Smurf going to be taking a nap for now, but there's no one there to try to pressure him out. Zest as well, following the shield bash from Vinheim, finding the elimination, and Fitz can just spray down. Unscoped left click for the kill onto Bellisria.
This might be a cap.
I mean, that looks like it certainly should be. No one really can contest, even if Zest goes diving in there with the Genji. He can get the touch in time, but he's not going to last very long. Again, it's a massive time bank for the Dynasty.
Basically a tempo momentum cap, right? They just kill a bunch of players. No reset there, sadly, for the Fusion. The last few players have to hide away in the car wash. When Bellisria is one of the last players dead, he's not going to be there alive to contest. If you don't have a tank alive, well, there's no chance for you to defend any further. MN3 in trouble again as Smurf just dies up. This is more and more momentum for the Seoul Dynasty. And ultimates haven't even been a fact yet, but Seoul Dynasty are definitely hitting ultimates. Except for Aimgod.
Except for the Nano. I mean, Aimgod has had a hell of a lot more damage to try to rectify there with his healing. So
yeah, his team's taking more damage for sure, yeah.
Yeah, he's also been nailing Smurf with a couple of sleep darts so far. I believe he's gotten him 3 times on what little we have seen of this Gibraltar as things have been speeding along. Bellisria as well, going to be taking a bit of a nap. The anti goes out. That's going to force the primal from him. He's into the back lines. Looking for Fitz, grapples over, doesn't go for the mini pack, tucks into the side room, and now we'll pop the infra site as the call comes in. They say, Bellisria, we need you back over by the cart. Smurf finding an elimination, finds the second. Aimgod going to be taken down now. Zest falling as well. And, I mean, they're just playing around this so perfectly. Fitz says, no, it's fine. Like I can deal with the Winston pressure, and the cap is going to come through, and it is just shades of Eichenwalder yet again. 5.5 minutes.
I mean, that's even one extra more minute than they had on Eichenwalder. I think on Eichenwalder was, what, 4:30? Moving into C, cap within the next minute for a 3:30 time bank. Here we got 5:30, moving into a yet-to-be-determined cap. Some of the Philadelphia Fusion have not gotten their first ultimate yet. I think this is Zest's first blade. You need Zest to be on that blade, but he's got taken down by Vinheim. Vinheim got his Vindame received a nano from Creative and just ran at Zest and got him down because he knows, hey, I got the rally. I'm going to be the carry here. I'm going to get rid of Zest, the other carry on the other team, and we're going to win the fight. It feels like Fusion have not really had any good contests. It feels like Fusion haven't really had too many fights. It's just players being picked off, and Seoul Dynasty working that tempo forward.
Okay.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah, good opening kill. Brigida says nice one, and it indeed was. It's the kind of kill that they need to have to open up this cart presence a bit more for the side of the Fusion. Fitz playing well into the back lines, just scoping in, looking for a target. You see Smurf there on the high ground as well, trying to relay some information as to where the enemy Widowmaker is, so that Fitz can try to get the better of MN3 once more. Currently holding on to that infra site. Hasn't felt the need to pop it yet. Diving for Profit, going to be coming through the rally in response. He gets on top of MN3 though, and finds that elimination. Zest also going to be hounded down. Vindame again away with a flail. Finds the elimination onto the enemy Genji. The DPS duo broken down. Question now, MN3, do you swap off of this Widowmaker, or do you continue to try to pilot it? He's going to pop the infra site. He's going to be looking for some clutch shots to stop this Spark in its tracks. They do.
Zest has to save the game again. He has to be the one to clutch this one forward. He has the blade. There's not a lot to stop him.
MN3, he finally makes his way out of the spawn room doors, gets the headshot there on a Prophet, tags Vindame down low, forces him to keep the shield raised and try to make his exit barrels free in the meantime. Did find Creative, and there you go. That is exactly what the Fusion fans have been waiting for. As MN3 starts to come alive, but at what cost? They've already made it so very far on the map, and they still have 3.5 minutes left to go. But if you can continue putting out shots like that, I suppose that this hold is certainly possible.
Well, they have the ultimates to play through. That's a good news for Fusion because MN3 is such a high value play in terms of getting kills. Don't have to spend ultimates. Widowmaker, I think, is one of the highest value generators in the entire game of Overwatch because the neutral play of Widowmaker is simply person on the other end of my rifle dies. Nothing has to be spent for that. So, still waiting for ultimates to come on through. Seoul, rounding up to their second ring of ultimates for some of these players. Fusion.
Oh, instant sleep there. Bellisria probably just screaming into the ether. How can she nap? How can she nap me? As it has happened so many damn times. Creative has been Johnny on the spot with these ults. That's now the blade comes out. MN3 opens things up, gets rid of Creative. Says, nope, no sleep darts for you. Deflection going to be used. Still a nice shot there on to Zest. And despite the pressure, Fitz will manage to survive. In the meantime, the fight is being turned. Prophet gets Bellisria. Fixer going to be gone. The headshot's in. They get the finish onto the Widowmaker. And Aim God, last one standing. They cannot hold it. They drain the time bank considerably, but it's still 2 minutes and 35 at the finish of Gibraltar for the side of the Dynasty.
That's the thing, right? Because, okay, credit to Fusion. They hold that for 3 minutes. Still a 2:35 finish. A and B was the problem here. C started to hold on. Win a couple of fights. Reset the Seoul Dynasty. MN3 gets a bit of a pop-off. Zest, kind of quiet here. I believe he only had one blade. Didn't go well for him. Vindame received the nano from Creative. It's a lot of nanos being put onto Vindame here, but Vindame is doing a pretty reasonable job of keeping Zest inside and shut down, keep the lid on the entire way through. Zest end up going towards Fitz, gets a slash in, but Fitz escapes him, using that hook shot. So the Seoul Dynasty work off a 5:30 time bank moving in towards C. I think it's still a pretty reasonable, good cap at the end of the day, and it certainly puts pressure on the Fusion to do something similar, but man, it took them a very long time to turn on that defense. Really, really concerning for the Philadelphia Fusion so far in the series.
And it just puts that much more pressure now on this attack where they need to excel. They need to take this point A extremely quickly if they want to come close to the time bank. Because granted, it is escort. It's not going to be the same as a hybrid map. If they finish the map, no matter what, they will get that minute bump up if they finish in overtime.
I got a fact.
You want to have as much of an advantage here as possible.
I have an unfun fact. Well, it depends. If you're a Seoul fan, you'll love this. If you're a Philly fan, just cover your ears for the next 3 seconds. Zest has 0 final blows.
Oh.
0. That's my unfun fact. Or if you're a Seoul fan, it's a very fun fact.
That's certainly a turn of events compared to the last map. Well, we'll see if you can add anything to that count. It certainly has been. It's been the lion's share of the pressure, the weight here of getting kills has been on the shoulders of MN3, and he's widely been delivering on it pretty decently. Goes up for the pop shot there, spots Fitz, avoids getting shot in return.
I think Vindame might be one of the best rookie supports currently. He's got as many final blows as the highest final blows on all the Fusion, which is MN3. 4 for both.
Oh. Well, there you go.
Vindame's popping off. For real. Vindame actually popping off.
Man's been looking absolutely clean in his play for the most part. You know, a couple moments. We had a little bit of an Ajax moment on that King's Row in the last series, but other than that, he's widely been incredibly good.
Yeah. Ajax on the last map. That's right. We actually missed that one, but we caught the fact that he got an Ajax on Lee Jae-gon the day prior, so you know he'd give it, take it away. This time he's definitely giving a lot. Creative barely hit of aim guard in this fight so far. It's pretty quiet. I don't believe anyone's been first blooded, so about a minute 15 gone. 0 deaths, 0 final blows, pretty even. Payload is slowly making its way up, but you want to see it at the top of the hill, at the top of the car wash.
That's the problem. Is this neutral skirmishing. This neutral skirmishing, it's so beneficial to the side of the Dynasty. They don't really care if they give up the ult percentage as long as the time bank continues to drain. Because they say, you know what, even if you do finish the map or if you get into the hangar, whatever. We have done our jobs. We have drained the time bank down. It's already going to be half the time basically gone.
Ults come online that much sooner for the Seoul Dynasty for the most part. There's a nano.
The dive in from Prophet. Get the nano on him, try to keep him alive, and that Bionade is going to expire. And yeah, Blade be damned, doesn't have it, doesn't need it. 2 kills going to be picked up as both supports end up falling. There's not enough peel options here. No shutdown onto that Genji, so manages to come up with some very nice value. He'll also get MN3 at the end, but Zest is there for the little bit of an alley-oop. Find some revenge, and hey, Zest got a kill.
All right, there we go. His first final blow of the entire map so far. What we got there. Zest, come on. We know you can do this because we've seen him pop off on the other maps. It's going to be Infrasight for Infrasight traded through. Both of our Genjis will have the blade in a hot second, but AimGod has a nano. Creative has already used his. That will be the advantage. Brilliant opening kill for Zest.
The sleep! Prophet got slept as he tried to pull the blade, and MN3 is there for the headshot. That's a major shutdown and one that was desperately needed from this side of the fusion. It doesn't even cost that many ultimates, Avril. They still hold on to 4. Now the cart can be opened up to push.
Absolutely, but they need to push though because the payload was creeping backwards, and that's kind of the problem, right? They have to go for a secondary fight here, whereas Seoul in the same A push won a single fight and got a free cap. Should be Seoul coming back in a hot second. Smurf has Primal. There's no way they let this one go.
Yep, 1.2 meters left to go. Zest, however, finds another final blow, takes down Prophet Belosria, going to be taking a nap, and this time it's on Fitz to go ahead and get the headshot, which he does.
Whoa.
Zest, however, is starting to come online.
Okay.
Gets a couple kills here in the fight, pushes up into Fitz's face. Fitz will put a bullet into his mouth, but now he's got to relocate, jump away as the shots start flying his way. 3 minutes in the time bank here for the side of the Fusion. If they can have a fast attack on the hangar, this is potentially recoverable.
And I saw that as well. Belosria didn't pop the Primal, but then also Smurf did not pop the Primal. I have to wonder, was it a mistake or was that a choice? Technically speaking, Seoul were down 1, but looked like it could have been still maybe holdable. We'll find out now. It's going to have to end up being a B defense. More ultimates coming online for Seoul, but majority of them being held in the hands of the Fusion. They have to wait for MN3. They have to wait for Belosria as well. Seoul Dynasty will now get the full reset on towards the Philadelphia Fusion side, which means for Philly, they're going to have to pretty much, I would say, ult out the gate, but we still have to see this Nanoblade. That has to get them across the line, but Smurf's going to be a bully at the front gates as much as possible.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he's been a bully the whole series through. I mean, you think back to the Eichenwald, the man was just going absolutely crazy on the members of the Fusion. He's looking to replicate that as well as Prophet now jumping up over top of the bubble.
Again
to get that heal, and Vindame will find Zest. He is just his kryptonite, it would seem. Continues to get these eliminations through.
Is this Overwatch 1 break or Overwatch 2 break? What's going on? Is Zest being stunned from Overwatch 1? Probably.
I don't know. I don't know. It seems like maybe he's he got into the game code. He's rewritten it a little bit on how this break is going to be playing out.
Hey, Aaron, let me get in that file real quick. Let me get that source code.
Okay, Blade going to be pulled. There's a sleep dart from Creative. It puts him on the ground. The bio is there. He's going to dash out, manages to make his way out to safety, and actually killed Prophet in transit somehow. I think that was an accident. A happy little one for the side of the Fusion, but the rest of this fight is not happy at all. Smurf is just there. He is cleaning things up. Belosria, he's been holding on to the Primal, just hasn't had a good time to use it. Gets antied out. Creative finds that finish. And this is one of the most notorious unassailable points in Overwatch in escort maps is this hangar here in Gibraltar.
Yeah, it is. Which is why Seoul getting past this in what felt like one attempt was criminal. I mean, again, you love it. You get away with a heist, Seoul. I mean, that's just bags in hand, duffel bags, clown masks, whatever you want. Just walk out of there. But for the side of Fusion, security guards asleep. Speaking of sleeping, Bellasria's copped many of those so far. We need to start seeing this Fusion team walk up. I mean, Seoul's so brash that Smurf's like gone towards the spawn. They backed out now, but time is just being wasted. How can Fusion cap this in time now? Well, we're about to hit the OT. That's the rough part.
Well, double infra sight, so nothing going unseen here by either squad. No surprises in the approach whatsoever. He goes forward and gets the hit on the Vinheim Prophet, dashing over the top. Now the blade is going to be pulled. Dashes straight through. Imgod immediately finds that first elimination. Now he dives in with the help of Smurf and looks for a bit more, and they are going to find it. Fixa and Zest taken down. MN3 only able to answer for one, and Smurf is hounding him down. The Primal
Solo
just
Primal.
to kill off the Widowmaker, and Bellasria left alone. Primal expired with nowhere to go. The overtime does get forced out, but can they get back in? Bellasria jumping forward. Does get the tag yet again to extend. Can they somehow win this fight? Fixa has the rally rolling. He's going to be antied out, finished out by Prophet, who's then swapped over onto the Tracer. Zest going in desperation towards the Sombra, but Prophet is starting to clean things up. MN3 re-arrives with the Tracer, but is just as quickly taken down. And there you go, the hold inside the hangar. The 3-0 lead, the match point achieved by the Seoul Dynasty as they look for their first championship victory. They just need one more map to get it done.
Fusion would have to now get the reverse sweep. It's looking difficult, Fusion. If there's a time to wake up, it would be now. This is looking like the finals you've always wanted, but at the same time, it's still a nightmare, right? It's a dream to get there, but a nightmare scenario where you're down so many maps. The last meeting of these two teams in the regular season in our qualifier was a 3-0 victory for the Seoul Dynasty. Fusion, time to turn it around. There is still time, but my goodness, that grasp, that grip coming through from Prophet and the rest of the Seoul is iron tight.
Yep. You don't want to have to play out of the shock, out of the Gladiators playbooks, or not the Gladiators, you know, they're the ones getting reverse swept, I should say, but out of the Shock's playbook, having to get those reverse sweeps through. You don't want to be in that position, but unfortunately for the Fusion, that's exactly where they are. They will once more, and potentially for the last time, have their map pick. As we get ready to go into push, we'll see where they decide to take us, whether it's New Queen Street or Coliseum, and see whether or not they can get that map victory, stop themselves from being swept 4-0, and try to engineer the beginnings of a much-needed reverse sweep. The pressure is nigh insurmountable here for the side of the Fusion. You can see everybody gathered up, having a little kumbaya circle, putting their heads together and seeing what they can do to right the ship. We'll turn in just a little bit and see if the Dynasty can take this cleanly or if the Fusion can fight back. And welcome back, guys. Potentially one more map to be played out here in this grand final, the Kickoff clash. The Seoul Dynasty have been on an absolute tear that the Fusion just have not been able to stand up to. 3-0 the lead now after Watchpoint Gibraltar. And despite having their map picks at their back, it has not benefited the Fusion yet. They are just getting outplayed at every twist and turn. This veteran squad of the Seoul Dynasty, their own rookies, has been looking too damn clean. The question now becomes, can they turn it around? Can they get some wins under their belt as we get ready to go on to New Queen Street?
This is a sort of stage as well where, you know, looking back on some of the statistics from our previous matchup, previous map, watching Point Gibraltar, a couple of things become very clear to me. Just the insane pop-up potential in individual plays coming through from a couple of members on the Seoul Dynasty. We all know about Prophet already, but Vindame actually finishes that map with 6 final blows, which is equal to MN3 and Zest, both on 6 final blows. So he, as a main support player, got as many final blows as the 2 DPS players on the Fusion side of things, as well as doing just about everything else as well to shut down as many players on Fusion. But ultimately, the best player so far this entire series of all 10 in the server has been Smurf. Undeniably so good. Back-to-back Overwatch League champion, 22 eliminations, 12 final blows, so doubled Vindame, 2 behind Prophet, and only, wait for this one, 2 deaths. 2 deaths for Smurf that entire map, while sitting at 22 elims and 12 final blows. Just an incredible performance. Every primal, unbelievable. Yeah, I can't sing the praises of Smurf more. He's in unbelievable form, and you know, we've seen previously Seoul versus Shanghai. Prophet had to kind of put the team in his backpack. It seems like now that we're in the grand finals, the rest of the team is on that same level, on that same page, and that is a Seoul Dynasty that you are frightened to go up against.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I mean, Fusion, of course, making the call as we go over to push. This is going to be Carpe's return, stepping in for MN3. Belosria still going to be playing, though. It seems like they want to stick with the Winston play going into this map. So we'll see how they fare now. But it is a much-needed victory for the Fusion. And even if they get this win, it doesn't get any easier. They still have to win game after game after game to go ahead and pull off a reverse sweep. Dynasty, though, they are fired up. They have never looked more ready in their lives to be able to get this win, to get a tournament win under their belts.
Here's the hopium that the Fusion fans have been waiting for, and this is legitimate. I'm not trolling. There's no memes here. I'm fully serious when I say this. Shanghai Dragons have made the format reverse sweep happen in the past. May Melee 2020, Seoul Dynasty. I know this hurts for the Seoul fans, but you are 3-0 up, so you're fine. You'll live. I hope. Maybe. 3-0 up. Shanghai came back 4 maps in reverse sweep. Our first and only ever, I believe, BO7 reverse sweep. So it is possible. Are you telling me there's a chance? Then it is possible. Never tell me the odds. That's 2 different messages from 2 different references. They contradict slightly, but the point is the same. If you have a god, start praying.
Well, we'll see if there is a response as the teams will get loaded up. 20 seconds, those doors are going to open, and battle will commence. Let's see what they have for us. It looks like for now, the side of the Fusion maybe not messing around too much with their picks early on. Could very well be what we see once these doors open. Maybe a swap over to the Reaper, but we'll have to just wait and see.
I'll tell you what as well, this is Fusion banking on the rookie Belosria as well. No Void to come on in, to be fair. No Fury to come on in. To be fair, Void also lost this map to Smurf just a little bit earlier, so it's not guaranteed the Zarya would get you the win. However, wait, no, I think I'm lying. I think Void did win. In any case, that's my point entirely gone. Ilios, I don't actually have a point. My point is, maybe you could have seen Fury here, but it's not going to happen. We're going to go for the Winston duel.
Okay, well, that's exactly what you want to see, but maybe not the follow-up there. But Zest, once again, getting the better of Prophet, finds the elimination, but Fitz is there, quick on the reply. Answers back, Helix Rocket's not going to be finding too much of anything there. The bot for now going to be conceded by the Dynasty, as Fusion will grab it up and start getting that push going.
The early lead is always important here. First fight win will give you a decent percentage to work with. Fitz on the flank here, and it will work on the Carpe. That's a kill from Creative.
Fitz under some fire, trying to stay alive, pulling back, but Fixit gets in on top of him, but ends up dying for it. Vinaim, fast to respond. Takes down that enemy. Lucio, the dash forward from Prophet, results in the melee kill on Aim God, now without any supports. Belosria is going to be trying to hold the bot in place here as long as he possibly can. maybe make an exit, but no. Jumps over to the side. Prophet will go ahead and scoop up those eliminations as he tries to catch up the Zest's ult charge. The bot now can start pushing for Dynasty.
Yeah, certainly not the biggest lead for the Philly Fusion at all, but certainly something to work through. That 11 meters will be overtaken momentarily. First ult's coming through will be very important. You are really looking at Zest here to see what he can do. As you said, Prophet's not that far behind. As the rest of Seoul Dynasty, look at this. They're taking some high ground cover as well. Fitz will be difficult to dive. Bellisry going to go for it anyway.
And he is. Chunked down to about half HP as Zest once more is trying to corral Prophet, but Fitz will put those Helix rockets right at his feet. Be the elimination, but Prophet trying to chase it on to Fixa. Fixa says, "Ha! You've fallen into my trap." And it's just to take him down, but Aim God dead off screen at the same time. The bot going to continue pushing here for the Dynasty as they start stretching this lead up.
We'll look towards that cap as well. 50, what is it, 7, I believe, is what we're going for. It's about 17 away now. The rest of the ultimates coming on through. The best part about this for Seoul is they haven't used ultimates yet. No one's really used ultimates. First few ultimates that are online have not actually been popped in. That includes the pulse bomb. So the more that Seoul cap without using ultimates, the better it is for Seoul.
There it is. Bot going to be shifted back into the opposite direction now. It's Zest dashing forward, tries to throw a pulse bomb there on Fitz, but will not find the stick. And now Fitz going to charge the corner. Nanovisor out. Instantly finds Carpe, looks for a little bit more, and he sees many a target sat up here in the corner. Guns down, Fixa, Aim God gone. He will manage to get taken down there in the end by Bellisria with a primal rage, but I think all the same, Dynasty not going to be too concerned about that as they look for the cleanup. And he does.
I mean, that's a reset no matter what.
But the bot is right back in. It's pushing up towards the checkpoint. Prophet
Usually here, though.
down. Yeah, they leap back through. They do stop the bot from pushing any further, but can they take it and can they start gaining some distance themselves? That's the question.
Well, you have to make sure the checkpoint doesn't come on through, because the only way it's winnable with this kind of time remaining, I know there's still about 5 minutes left, but guys, push can be very decided if a lot of actual distance comes on through early. The fact that Bellisria gets a kill, stays alive, and Creative is dead means they can come back and defend the checkpoint. That's what matters at the end of the day. They do lose Carpe, but players are still here with ultimates if they want to contest.
There's a big 3-man anti. Sleep
Good
goes
sleep.
out onto Smurf. Yeah, good reaction
Okay,
there from Aim God, but somebody woke him up, and I think Aim God's going to be pretty darn annoyed about that one. Need to leave the scientist to his slumber. They do not. He ends up getting taken down for it. Many an ultimate available here for the side of the Fusion, though, as Zest has nearly got that next pulse bomb ready to go, and that's going to give them 4 ults to work with, but the bot is still sat on their side of the map, and they haven't been able to find too much distance themselves.
Okay. Fusion cannot allow the checkpoint to be made yet, so they have to do everything within their power. If the checkpoint happens, it could be disaster. We've seen how difficult it is when you have limited time in the OT to make your own checkpoint cap, and then obviously the bot stalls on the checkpoint as well, which is not ideal. Zest is going to go wide again.
Doesn't manage to find the stick and has to dash back, actually, because he almost got blown up by his own pulse. Prop in the meantime does find Aim God. Carpe dead to Fitz's hand. Bot shifting back, but they cannot continue to occupy this. Bellisria has to try to make his exit, but he cannot, ends up falling.
That's the
it's going to
cap.
be an extended team kill, and that will be the cap, and that is catastrophic for the Fusion.
Especially considering, look at the ultimates for Seoul. Seoul, again, didn't have to spend anything for that. Fusion are being passive. You got 3 ultimates online. None of it was popped. Aim got dead straight away. Maybe a sound barrier could have saved them. It's hard to say, but there's no primal for Bellisria, but you need to at least swap ultimates. If you beat, then the other team might have to beat as well. You might have to have them use ultimates. The fact that Seoul have 5 ults means they can push further.
Oh, Bellisria can't even exit. Now here comes the visor once more. Zest will bop Prophet on the nose there, it seems, but the rest of the team ends up falling to the wayside for the Fusion. Zest trying to make his way out, just hugging these pillars, and the bot is continuing to push now. 75 meters and growing. And the lead is just near insurmountable. So many ults to work with here for the side of the Fusion, but they just are struggling to get into position to actually pop them.
Almost 90. 86 is enough. I mean, it's still going by the way. 88 now, 88.14. Goes from bad to worse a little bit. Nearly 5 ultimates online for Fusion. They need to spread these out and basically win every single fight from here on out. They've got 230 remaining. Fixa dies again. This is disaster.
Yep. No sound barrier in the fight. He gets taken down. The sleep there on a Bellisria once more, and as he gets woken up, it's, into a waking nightmare. The rest of his team just dying around him. Zest can't find anything. This bot is not
100
done
meters,
yet. The
100
Dynasty, they do not know the word mercy. They say, we don't care if you're a team full of rookies. We are going to continue to push this into oblivion.
110 even, maybe. They don't care. I mean, the ultimate's finally coming through. Bellisria popping the primal. This is what we've been waiting for. Slept straight away.
And now they're all surrounding him. He's going to try to make his way out. Primal does still last for a couple more seconds. And now, and only now, will the Dynasty say, okay, it's your turn. Go ahead and push. You've got 2 minutes to try to beat us.
It's no time. There's just no time. They need ultimates. They need time. Fusion need everything. They need a miracle. They need a damn 6th player in the team, make it a 6v5. Let's go back to Overwatch 1. They need something here. They have to win every single fight from here on out.
Okay, there's the Nano Carpet trying to push in, but the Anti comes down. He's got 2 HP. Can they finish him off? They finally will. Creative gets right up into his face. Gets him with a melee hit. Fits as well. Getting down and dirty. Finds Aim God. Zest doing his damnedest. Got 2 kills here in the fight, but the rest of the team ends up getting dropped. And just like that, the Dynasty, they managed to clap back. They stopped them from being able to push. The bot is moving once more in the direction of the Fusion base.
Smurf and Vindame have not died yet. 0 deaths on Smurf and Vindame. 0. They haven't died. Seoul Dynasty still so far in the lead, 109-13, less than 1 minute. This is guaranteed OT. And Fusion needs to start by at least having the bot in neutral territory. It's not even in the mid-cap yet. Prophet looking for a play. Still waiting for the same sound barrier fixes had since the start of the map. It's got to have to happen.
Just playing in this alleyway, ready to drop this pulse bomb on anybody who comes a little bit too close. Falls low, but the healing is there. He holds onto the recall as well. He knows he needs that exit strategy for when he lays that ult down. The bot just going to be held, like you said, not even at the midway
30
point.
seconds.
Starting to get shifted back once more. Zest trying to open things up. He sees Prophet. He sees that he's low, but he also knows that he cannot pursue that far in. Tries to go on a flank angle. There is going to be the visor out. Fitz pops and finds Carpe. The beat from Fixa. It does not save their lives. The pulse bomb finds nothing, and that could just be it. Fixa will pick up 1 as Bellisria hits the floor, and with 10 seconds remaining, it seems like they have done it. The bot once more, pushing over towards the Fusion base. And no one can anyone even touch this. I do not believe so. I think that it is just going to come down to this. A final touch from Zest. He does manage to force out the overtime, but it would take an absolute miracle for them to be able to turn this around in overtime. Leap up into the window. They're looking for the contest now. Bellisria jumping forward. The Primal Rage nearly online. Now has it ready to go. Aim God not too far off from having that Nano ready to roll. Bellisria keeps himself in the fight. The Primal going to be popped, but Smurfs does the same. He goes into the back lines. He's looking for the DPS. He's looking for the supports. Decides to contest the bot instead. Bellisria will find Creative. He finds Fitz. Bellisria looking to break things open for them. There's still so far to go, though. The bubble
they have to get this cap now coming on
going
through.
To fall. There's the Nano. Visor nearly up for Carpet. They can start pushing.
Okay, that's the first death so far for Smurf. He is no longer deathless. Vindame was the only deathless player. Sound Barrier coming online soon. Prophet probably not going to go for the touch just yet. They need to wait for the team. A lot of fights ahead. This is going to be a big journey, a mountain to climb, and I better hope we have some climbing gear Fusion. Nano.
There's a Nano onto Carpet just to try to get that Visor ready to roll. He's trying to break through the Winston bubble. Hasn't been able to find too much damage with this ult yet. No kills to speak of. Visor's still not online yet. Beat now to be dropped aggressively here from the side of Inhame. He pulls the trigger on that one, shields up everybody. A nap from Bellisria, taken down. Creative, put him on the floor. They put him in the grave. The pulse bomb from Prophet finds Carpe. And yes, I do believe you are correct. Zest answers back with 1 last kill, but the OT will bleed down ever so quickly. And they absolutely dominate their way to a championship win here in the kickoff clash. The Seoul Dynasty will take this final 4-0.
3 finals it took for the Seoul Dynasty, but they have finally got their first ever title in Overwatch League history for this franchise. Long have they waited. This was the roster, this was the team, this is the year. 2-time champion Smurf to carry the way. Prodigy, main support rookie in Vindame. Creative having to fill in for Jonag after leaving the team. Fitz has been waiting for this moment his entire career as well. So many of these players. Prophet, let's talk about him next. It's been so long since Prophet has had his own chip. Not since the inaugural season, you're right. He won the first stage, won the grand finals, and since then, it's been all quiet. And now, the haters are silenced, doubts are put to the side. They said that a head coach, Toby, couldn't make this team good. Well, you're wrong. This team is now a championship team.
That they are, and they finally have delivered on it. A vindication for these players, for the coach, for the entire organization, and the fans. Dynasty are, in fact, a team that you can, with some relative safety, cheer for, it would seem. They are our kickoff clash champions. The Fusion, unfortunately, put into second place once more by Prophet. But I gotta say, as much as we are celebrating this massive moment for the side of the Dynasty, this is still, I think, a great showing for the Fusion. This is not the final that they were looking for. It's not the final that we were hoping for. They are unable to pick up any maps. But this beginning to the 2022 season overall, I think, is a good showing for the Fusion. They made it into the grand final with a bunch of rookies, Carpe and Aim God. They get there, and I think that they could still and should still hold their heads high, and I hope that the fans, in typical Philly fashion, do not go burning down into the street. They don't go flipping cars and climbing telephone poles. I hope that they will just sit back and continue to cheer for these teams and realize I hope that they really just realize how much promise there is behind this squad with some more time. We saw them rebound after the hot start. They start falling off. They come back through. They make a great run in this event. I hope that people continue to cheer for them because there is so much promise. There's so much potential in this squad, and Philly overall is great at extracting that. So I still have faith in this team to do great things in the future.
Absolutely. I think, there's definitely some sadness out there, but remember, it's taken an entire year or more to get to the stage again. Same thing for Seoul. I mean, both franchises, both fan bases wanted this. Inevitably, one side was going to have to lose and be sad about it, and the other side was going to have something to celebrate for the first time. So at the end of the day, I think both fan bases can look at the other one and say, okay, we feel your pain, we know what it's like, and at some level, you could be happy that the other side managed to get that win today. If it wasn't us, then it should be them kind of deal coming on through is what I would like to see, just because I know how Seoul and Fusion, both teams, both franchises have fought so hard to get to the stage with so much, failure and hurdles and barricades in the way. Finally, one of our two teams were going to punch it through. So, I'm just so happy that this ended up being the finals because I knew that somebody was going to have to win. But Seoul, they're the team that have the veterancy in every single position. Toby as well proving himself when people doubted him so much. Shame on you, by the way. And Seoul Dynasty now, off the back of everybody, but, especially Prophet, who delivered them here into the finals after his insanely good performance versus the Dragons, right? They slay the Dragons, they topple the Fusion, and now finally Seoul can have their dynasty. Finally Seoul, with their namesake, can kick off their real dynasty. Prophet will once again be our player of the match. Deservedly so. I don't want to hear it. Prophet play the match again. Yeah, because he is the reason they got here in the first place.
I mean, so very true. I think there's a very concise argument that you can make for Smurf, who, like you said, you died so few times on that last map in particular, and the whole way throughout this matchup was just wreaking havoc in the back lines. I mean, you could tell that this was an absolute veteran and one of the best Winstons in the world versus an up-and-coming rookie here. That very much kind of got exposed in this matchup because Smurf was just really running the lobby. But
he was smurfing.
Prophet is right there. He's constantly backing Smurf up on those dives or vice versa to be able to come up with these massive kills, these massive explosions of death against the Philly Fusion. And Prophet will be walking away with it. I mean, head held high. This has got to feel so good for him. And when we saw him in happy tears after finally besting the Shanghai Dragons, I wonder how he feels now getting the Grand Finals victory here in the Kickoff Clash, as well as being the double player of the match.
Yeah, I mean, Grand Finals MVP in 2018 as well. I think legitimately, I'm not even joking when I say that Seoul wouldn't have been here without Prophet. They wouldn't have made it this far without Prophet. This is the horse that got you here, and honestly deserves a well and truly earned rest now for basically having to play two back-to-back, well, the entire team really playing two back-to-back matches there. In some ways, you could even say, they play the Grand Finals and they play the other Grand Finals, because it felt like the match versus Shanghai could have been a Grand Finals as well. It was that close, it was that difficult, it required that much effort. So for Seoul to get through that, they come through here with such fire in their bellies, 4-0, that kind of dominance. I mean, so happy for Seoul Dynasty, because even last year when we casted them, Seth, in 2021, it felt like they got close. It felt like they were nearly there. They got bested by Fusion, the East play-ins towards the end of the season, and they never made the playoffs. But this is a team that got so close, but yet it was so far. And now they have it firmly in their grasp, that trophy, that title, that chip, the respect, everything.
Yeah, and I mean, now, if you're a Dynasty fan, you just got to have the hope that this level maintains and that this isn't just a flash in the pan here at the beginning of the 2022 season, because I know that they've been spurned many a time. But I think that, yes, this is finally a year, finally a season where the Dynasty are looking like a real contender. It looks like they may very well be able to go on during the end of season playoffs and make a real run for the title. But it's still so close. I mean, you think about it going to Game 5 versus the Shanghai Dragons, they're still going to be in contention. The Fusion are going to be looking to continue to improve and bounce back after this loss. If there's anything, I think, to light a fire under the ass of a rookie squad, it's going to be getting O forward in your first grand final. So for all of those players, I think that they are going to come back and look so very hungry in the next stage here in the 2022 season, because you don't want to settle for that. You don't want that second place. No. You want to continue to climb. Grand finals, again, in the first outing. Already a fantastic start to the season. It's about continuing upward. Next time you make it to a grand finals, you know, if taking maps, already a positive step, if not winning it. That's what they're going to be looking for. So I'm excited to see the continued growth of the APAC region, because it has been so close between pretty much all of the teams. You know, even the Valiant pushing some teams to the limit, the Charge. You know, there's things to work on for sure for those squads down near the bottom of the barrel, but overall, it feels like this is the closest that we've had it in so very long.
And, you know, as cheesy as this sounds, you know, I think losing here builds character for the Fusion, for the rookies. Look, I know Carpe, unfortunately, has to cop another L, which is not great for him. But for the rest of the rookies, they probably need this. They need, like you said, to get a bit of a fire up, you know, vibe behind them to push them further. They need to taste this level of defeat at this sort of level to get that motivation. Not that they're not motivated, but to sort of just have that, you know, that character building, that arc building phase to get to the next stage and have that performance again. I definitely don't think this will be the last we see of Fusion. Although that being said, Dragons will certainly be angry, fired up themselves, ready for the next tournament. That will be yet another hurdle for every single team. So Seoul and Fusion got past Dragons this time around. I can't wait to see what Dragons does in the next stage forward, and Seoul are going to end up being the ones defending their title for the next stage as well. So that'll be very exciting times for the Eastern Division moving forward.
It's only going to get tougher from here for all of these teams. For the Dynasty trying to defend, for Shanghai trying to claim their spot once more into the grand finals of these tournaments. Every team, no one is really going to be walking away with free wins here. Like I said, everything so very tight knit between everybody. But guys, that basically does it. So I got to say, congratulations, Avril, on your first Overwatch League grand final here. And it was a pleasure to have you alongside me, of course. And hopefully next time it won't be a 4-0. Hopefully it'll be a little bit closer, and who knows, maybe it'll be a rematch between these two squads. But guys, that's going to do it from us here in the APAC region. NA, of course, is going to be concluding later today, so make sure you set your alarms, get your little nappies in like Bellis Rio was doing earlier on, and make sure you're well rested to watch those matches, because they are sure to be absolute bangers as well. From myself, from Avril, from all of the production team here on the APAC broadcast, thank you so much for tuning in. We love you guys, and we will see you when APAC returns. Good night.
Bye.